prepare some slides, and I'm going to share my screen so we can share some important information about the Congress. Okay, first of all, we would like to say welcome to all of you because you are making this Congress a success. We started in 2023 with the first edition of the European Congress on Disinformation, and after this organizational practice that we had in 2023, we decided to organize this second edition because it was also a very good experience and also a big success in 2023. And here we are after 2 years, and we are very glad to see the high interest that we have received not only from European countries, but also from other countries beyond Europe. And well, according to some important data on participation, we have received registrations from 428 colleagues from around the world, actually from 58 countries. And which are the countries that are more represented in this second European Congress on Disinformation and fact-checking? Number one, it has been Spain. Maybe it's because we have organized this Congress in this country. However, we are followed by many other countries, especially from European neighborhood countries like France, UK, Italy, Germany, Portugal, Belgium, Poland, and the US as the first non-EU country. So here is the world map representing all those registrations that we have received from, as you can see, all over the world. So once again, we are very glad to see the interest that this Congress has received not only from Europe, from European colleagues, but also from colleagues from all over the world. So please feel very welcome to this second edition of the European Congress of Disinformation and Fact-Checking. And now we are moving to the scientific side of the Congress. So please.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon to everybody. Very welcome to this conference, this second conference of Disinformation. And I'm Carlos Elias. I'm the chair of scientific committee. And really, we are very, very happy to say that the number for this year event was really, really important. We received 127 abstracts, so many of them really are very fascinating pieces of research, really very interesting, and the selection process wasn't easy. At the end, we approved 86 papers, which means about 67% of acceptance. Unfortunately, we have rejected to about 33%. So congratulations to all the selected speakers. Really, really congratulations for that. As you know, we are publishing a special issue in a scientific journal of this conference, and also a book with conference contributions. Really, we are happy about the topics we received. Here, a quick overview of the topic we received this year. More or less, the most important ones is about, for example, global cases studied from Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Topics about artificial intelligence and algorithm accountability, which is very, very important in this moment, in 2025. About journalism ethics and trust in the media. about disinformation in election, war, and crisis context, climate, health, and vaccine misinformation, about educational innovation for media literacy, which is very important for us as well, fact-checker collaboration and digital platform, cognitive warfare, propaganda and national security, and of course about cultural and emotional dimension of the fake news. So I think we have to learn about disinformation, about misinformation, about what happened beyond 2025, about this very, very important item for the democracy and for all our countries.
Thank you, Carlos, for this scientific work done in the Congress. And now we are moving forward to some logistics, some important information according to organizational aspects. First of all, we have, as you know, we have a 2-day Congress. It means that today we are only online, and tomorrow it will be hybrid. It means that some of us will be here at the campus all together, and some others will be using the web streaming. And as you know, speakers will have to connect using Google Meet, the link that you have received by email, and attendees will connect through the YouTube channel from the university. You have received these links already. If you have not received these links, please send us an email and we will forward this to you again. So there are 3 session types. We have online sessions, which is now a live streamed online session. We have also recorded sessions that you can watch at any time. They are already published in the program. So if you go to the program and you go to the end of today, day 1, 29th of October, you will find all these recorded sessions and the links to the recording. So you will be able to watch them already or at any time. And also we will have the in-campus session tomorrow. But remember that tomorrow will be hybrid. So you can also follow us from your home placements. And also, if you got any question in any presentation, remember that there are 2 ways if you are connecting remotely. You can post your questions in the YouTube channel or send an email directly to the speakers. So you have these 2 ways to interact and to connect with others. So with this, we would like to say thank you, big thanks to everyone who contributed to this conference, to this Congress, especially to those members of the organizing committee and those members in the scientific committee. We are very thankful to all of you for the good work that you have done during so many months. And of course, a big thanks to everyone who is here, the 428 applications that we have received from so many countries, and all the abstract submissions that you did. We wanted to say that we are very glad and we are very excited to start and to start with the first session that we are having after this welcoming session. So now on time, I would like to give the floor to Professor Jorge Tuñón. Professor Tuñón, you have the floor.
So many thanks, Daniel. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of both the scientific and the organizing committees for this big effort to be able to organize this 2nd edition of this big disinformation conference here in our University Carlos III of Madrid. So it's such a pleasure for me to be part of this conference, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to lead or to moderate or to co-moderate this roundtable about journalism versus populism, indeed EU communication in the face of the disinformation pandemic. I'm happy to bring together with you some of my fellow colleagues on these topics. So we will be in the roundtable up to 4 different researchers. First of all, Raquel within 30s, which is researching on EU communication and how this interferes with different kind of hybrid strategies such as disinformation strategies. Then we will also have the opportunity to listen to Rocío Sánchez del Vaz, which is another researcher of this university. Carlos State University is doing her research on disinformation, most based from the perspective or the angle or the approach of fact-checking. And then finally, we would also have the opportunity to listen to Professor Luis Boza. He is teaching in the, not in our university, but in the Autonomous University of Madrid, and he's one of the major experts in Europe about the European public sphere. So humbly, I will try to provide some kind of insights as well at the end of this roundtable. So it's such a pleasure for me to be part of this. I think I can also share these moderation issues with my fellow colleague Raquel within 30s. So Raquel, if this is fine for you, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Jorge. As Professor Tuñón said, I'm a PhD researcher here in the University Carlos III. I study European communication, journalism, and all things about creation of pan-European public sphere. And it's a pleasure for me to co-moderate and open this panel today and to share a few reflections on how Europe communicates and sometimes fails to as well. First of all, we will do a short intervention each, a brief presentation of each topic of expertise, and then we will start a debate where I will pose some questions to the rest of the speakers, who are also the editors of this book, The Journalism versus Populism, EU Communication in the Face of the Disinformation Pandemic. So finally, we will have a turn for your questions, of course, in case you want to share your comments, doubts, or reflections through the microphone or via chat on YouTube. So, well, let me start. When we speak about Europe's communication, we often start from an uncomfortable truth. The European Union has a communication problem. And for decades, Eurobarometer after Eurobarometer has shown the same thing, a persistent gap between the EU and its citizens, a gap of language, of narrative, and perhaps above all, of emotion, right? As Jean Madac, the European Parliament's former spokesperson, once said, European communication is a polyhedral and fluctuating phenomenon. And I like that phrase because with that metaphor, it captures somehow both its complexity and instability. The EU does communicate, yes, it does strongly, but it doesn't always connect. And this disconnection isn't only about bureaucracy or lack of resources, it's also about strategy, or rather the lack of a clear one sometimes. The Union has struggled to build a coherent, engaging narrative that transcends national borders and speaks to Europeans as a community. And there are too many voices, too many languages, and too little storytelling, at least from a media perspective. In recent years, we've entered what some call a polycrisis era: the financial crisis, the refugee crisis, Brexit, the pandemic, of course, now the war in Ukraine, the conflict in Gaza. And each crisis has tested not only Europe's resilience, but also its ability to communicate itself, not just to manage crises, to make sense of them. Because communication at its core is not just about transmitting information, and it's more about creating meaning. The EU often explains policies, yes, but it rarely tells stories. It speaks in technical terms, what we call the Eurobubble jargon, but not in metaphors or emotions. Yet, as citizens, that's how we understand Europe, through stories that make the abstract tangible, stories that show how Europe shapes our everyday lives, basically. And this is where journalism comes in. European journalists, whether in Brussels, Madrid, or any city or any country that you can think of, they act as interpreters between institutions and citizens, and they translate complexity into clarity. But they also face a delicate balance, staying independent and critical while relying on institutional sources and official access, which is something we develop further in the book, because if they only report official statements, they risk falling into what I call the declarative journalism trap, reporting what institutions say rather than investigating what they do and what is the reason behind their decisions. And that's dangerous because democracy depends not only on information, but especially on citizen trust, of course. But now let's add another layer, a crucial one: disinformation. Fake news and manipulation are not longer marginal phenomena. They've become a defining feature of our media environment. But in Europe's case, the threat is twofold. First, there are external actors, state-sponsored campaigns aiming to divide and weaken the EU. And secondly, there are internal failures, the union's own lack of clear, accessible communication, which leaves some kind of vacuum that disinformation fills so easily and so eagerly. And as I argue throughout my work, disinformation thrives where information is absent. Silence, opacity, distance are perfect conditions for manipulation to grow. So countering fake news about European affairs is not only about fact-checking, as my fellow colleague Rocío will explain later, but it's more about fostering a culture of understanding, creating a space where citizens feel that Europe speaks to them and not above them. And this connects with a bigger democratic goal, the creation of a pan-European public spheres. It sounds ambitious, maybe even utopian, impossible. It's a space where Europeans, regardless of their country or language, debate their shared future, but this can exist without communication. In its media, in its narratives, in its emotional identification, in its transversal storytelling indeed, and in its stories that make Europe visible, relatable, and human. Now, to be fair, there have been previous and significant efforts, the Europe Direct Network, local communication offices, and new pan-European initiatives like Euractiv, the European Focus, the European Correspondent, and the European Newsroom that was recently created. And these projects are promising and are serious steps in the right direction, but often they preach to the converted. They are already convinced, the pro-European audiences, the Brussels insiders, the so-called Eurobubble. What we're still missing is a strategy to reach the indifferent, the skeptical, even the hostile, because Europe's greatest communication challenge right now is not how to talk to those who already listen, but how to speak meaningfully to those who have stopped listening.
It seems we have had some kind of problems with Raquel's audio and image, which is completely frozen. So if you hear me, could you please confirm me that you will hear me? Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna get the floor. Yes, in this case. And well, as it was foreseen by Raquel, maybe we can go forward while she reconnects. And maybe, Rocío, would you be willing to continue with your approach to the topic we are facing today? Thank you so much, Rocío.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Jorge. Thank you also to Raquel. For me, it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. As my colleague Raquel stated, and also Jorge, I am a PhD student at University Carlos III de Madrid. And I'm working and researching on the institutionalization of fact-checking organizations in the European landscape as a part of the EU strategy against disinformation. So right now, I'm going to share with you, I would like to share with you some of the reflections of the chapter that I've written to this shared book and this is titled Verifying to Inform: the Consolidation of European Fact-Checking as a Shield against Disinformation. So, as I said, this chapter formed part of my doctoral research that I'm carrying out. And to build this chapter, I have relied on the readings and frameworks of several leading scholars in the field, such as Lucas Graves, whose research has been fundamental in understanding this global phenomenon of the institutionalization of fact-checking organization internationally. So what I argue in this chapter is that fact-checking has evolved from a journalistic technique into a global and increasingly institutionalized movement. So over the past decade, fact-checking has gained visibility and legitimacy as a response to the growing threat of disinformation. We have been seeing it during the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the wars internationally that we are unfortunately seeing. So what once was a marginal activity of fact-checking within newsroom has become a central pillar in the defense of truth and democratic integrity in Europe. So across Europe, this transformation has been driven by a diverse constellation of actors, such as journalists, academic, NGOs, think tanks, and even universities. So all united by a shared mission, that's to safeguard the public sphere from a false or misleading information landscape. So within this expanding field, we find a remarkable organizational diversity following the classification made by Graves and Chiaverini in the report, The Rise of Fact-Checking Sites in Europe, published in 2016. Some of the initiatives of fact-checking follow the newsroom model, operating as a specialized section within traditional news media outlet. For example, the Associated Press or DPA in Germany. Also, we have the example of F Verifica within the FS agency here in Spain. So they benefit themselves from the resource and audience reach of a larger media outlet. However, the majority of the fact-checking organizations adopt the NGO model. So they work independently from legacy media and try to position themselves as an alternative to mainstream journalism. In addition, according to Graves and Chiaverini in this report, some fact-checking organizations can also be classified by the mission and identity. Not everyone shared the same features. So some fact-checking organizations see themselves as reporters with a primary aim to inform the public and hold power to account, while others adopt the stance of reformers. That means treating fact-checking as a form of activism instead of just informing. And finally, we have the category of experts. That's a group of fact-checkers who work inside the academia and position themselves as specialists rather than journalists or academic. So despite this diversity as an area of fact-checking organization, these groups all share a growing sense of professionalism of the sector. So the field has begun to institutionalize itself little by little by establishing shared standards and ethical framework. And two networks in particular have been central to this process. First, the International Fact-Checking Network, also known as IFCN, and the European Fact-Checking Standard Network, known as EFCSN. So the first one, the IFCN, was founded in 2015 under the Poynter Institute in the US, and function as an accreditation body internationally. So it's been as an instrument to distinguish professional verification, professional fact-checking from activism itself, and also as it distinguishes not only fact-checkers, but also fact-checkers from pseudo-fact-checkers or pseudo-media. That's another problem that we have nowadays in the media landscape. So through a code of principles, a code of standards, is established principle of transparency, impartiality, methodological rigor, and this code of practice of the IFCN serves as a benchmark for legitimate fact-checking across the world. But recently in Europe, the EFCSN has emerged as an initiative of the European Commission. So the European Commission has finance the creation of this project, of this association, whose role is basically very, very similar to the EFCSN, but with a focus on the region, of European region. So it's aimed to bring together European fact-checking organization, not only from EU, that's very, very important, because for them, European fact-checking organization, so Europe is more than European Union. And that's something that they have into their principle. And that's why not only EU fact-checking organization are part of the association, but other that operate within the European continent. So it promotes collaboration across borders and reinforces the idea of a common European standard to fight against disinformation. Right now, there are more than 50 organizations. And again, it constitutes as a benchmark of legitimacy and that they share the deontological codes. So among the most important projects that this initiative has bring up, we find the Election 24 Check project, which facilitated collaboration among more than 40 European fact-checking organizations to fight against to fight against disinformation on the European 2024 elections. So that's been very, very important. So alongside this network, we find the European Digital Media Observatory that has emerged as another key player in the European landscape. Again, under the framework of the EU, this observatory unites not only fact-checkers here, but also researchers, media literacy experts that want to foster academic analysis and coordination across the continent. So we can see how these new media actors are trying to institutionalize themselves into the European sphere. But on the other hand, this institutionalization has also been reinforced by the European Union itself, because since 2018, the EU has incorporated fact-checking organization into its official strategies against disinformation, from the high-level expert group in 2018 to the Code of Practice on Disinformation introduced first in 2018. Later, it was strengthened in 2022, and then it became a code of conduct under the Regulation of Digital Service Act. So these initiatives have acknowledged that fact-checkers as essential partners in maintaining the health of democratic debates. So what we're witnessing then is the gradual institutionalization of fact-checking as a distinct and autonomous file from traditional media, not as journalism, because they recognize themselves as journalists, but they do more than traditional media. So one that's both complements and challenge this profession that's continuously evolving. So while verification clearly draws on journalistic values, it also shares other activities such as research, civic education, political advocacy, etc. So to sum up, the rise of fact-checking sites in Europe illustrate not only a collective response to a crisis of disinformation, but also the emergence of a new institutional actor within the media ecosystem by building those transnational networks, defining the ethical standards and collaborating among them, because collaboration is also a DNA of the fact-checking practice. And I think that's very important to take this into account. So in many ways, this consolidation marks a new phase in the evolution of media accountability, one in which the verification of facts no longer simply as a journalistic task, but also as a public service essential to the functioning of the democracy itself. So yeah, thank you very much. With this, I finish my short speech.
Many thanks for that, and maybe Raquel, you can go back to your introduction. So as long as it was interrupted for the connection.
Yeah, don't worry. Many thanks. I had a Wi-Fi breakout. But basically, to conclude and not to repeat me myself, what I was trying to say is that Europe's communication must evolve from being informative to being devolutive and transformative, because we have this digital landscape that it's practical, but it also creates echo chambers where we always read and hear what we want to read and hear the very same ideas that reinforce our mindset about the world, as well as emotional polarization and this algorithmic manipulation. So all the same tools that can connect us basically can just as easily divide us. And at the end, the EU cannot simply react to disinformation or defend its image. It needs to inspire, it needs to tell stories that make citizens not only know Europe, but also feel Europe. And perhaps that's the paradox of European communication, that in an age of hybrid threats, populism, and algorithmic noise, our most powerful weapon is still the oldest one as journalists, the words that build a common European narrative capable of resisting disinformation, not with censorship, but with understanding. And yeah, as I said, it's a just challenge. So we will see how it works in the near future. Yeah, that was all. And many thanks for your attention. Sorry for the disruption. Now, I welcome Professor Luis Bouza, a lecturer in political science and international relations at Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. And the floor is all yours to your intervention.
Hello, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me well, and it's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues. I'm going to try to share my slides, not to necessarily not to necessarily over-formalize my presentation, but because I want to show you a couple of graphs. Basically, my work is on the regulatory responses to disinformation, and in a sense, when I present publicly about that, I love to use the subtitle of The Hobbit by Tolkien, which is about a trip there and back, right? And basically, my argument with that is that the EU regulation about disinformation started with geopolitical pressures, and it will be reformed because of geopolitical pressures. And if you need to be convinced, there on the right, you have basically a very long tweet by President Donald Trump saying EU digital regulation is a tax. And basically, this is unacceptable, and the USA will respond with tariffs now. Time for Trump to put his word with his money where his mouth is. Basically, the EU Commission had just proposed to sanction Meta for being in breach of the DSA and the regulation on political advertisement. We'll see how much pressure the EU gets from the United States, right? So basically, international events have affected the EU agenda setting. And together with Jorge and Andreu Casero, we have previously argued that the EU agenda on regulating disinformation emerges from the international context and only crosses regulatory social concerns, things like hate speech, minors' health, during the pandemic, right? So this is both something that has been on the agenda for a long time and something that has only been shaped into concrete regulation after December 2020. Now, I have no time to address everything the EU is doing about disinformation, but basically, if you want to find out about that, the EDAP, European Democracy Action Plan from 2020, is a good guide to start, because basically it sets four major objectives: protecting electoral integrity, promoting democratic engagement, supporting free media, and countering disinformation. And the interesting thing is that the EU has developed regulation on all the four packages. Now, the best known ones, the ones that have more, let's say, regulatory teeth, are the DSA, the Digital Services Act, and the EMFA, the European Media Freedom Act. But just that you understand that these are not isolated regulations. It's not like the EU one day decided it needed to regulate the digital sphere or the media. It is part of a broader plan. Now, what I want basically to address and the work we have been doing in the context of Futeu Dispan, Reclaim, and other projects is that basically I was surprised today by an article in Agenda Pública. Those of you following Spanish media know what it is. Basically, that was an interesting article by Gutiérrez Rubí about the Dutch elections, right? And the very interesting decision made by Meta and other big tech companies not to publish electoral ads anymore. Now, if I go back in my slides, you will see that political advertisement is already the object of a new regulation that mandates big tech to be transparent about political advertising, nothing more, nothing less. But basically, the companies have argued that this made their life very difficult. Now, the argument of the author of Gutiérrez Rubí was that the EU had not cooperated sufficiently with the big tech, and that this is why we are losing electoral ads. Now, basically, totally disagree with this point. Well, I will not say more about the article because the author is probably not here to discuss. But my presentation is going to be precisely on the contrary argument that the Commission has done a lot to cooperate with platforms. Basically, the work I have been doing with Jorge and other colleagues in the past years goes in the line of arguing that the European Union has basically tried to co-regulate the digital sphere with the platforms, that the platforms have used their framing power to basically influence the legislation, and that the DSA basically establishes a frame that mandates companies to act against disinformation, but it doesn't tell them what to do. I mean, it's not written in the DSA whether they have to cooperate with fact checkers, use artificial intelligence, use community notes, or whatever. This is for companies to decide. And this is an example of co-regulation. The DSA is a general frame. It sets the objective of fighting against structural risks to democracy. It's not about taking down every single post that is not fact-checked, but posts that may be part of a systemic attack on democracy. And basically, it is up to the companies to do what they say. Now, I'm going to have a lot of evidence. We have been picking data for 3 years, but I just want to illustrate this with these two graphs, and I hope you see them well on your end of the screen. Basically, what you have on the left is a map of who was of the public argumentation exchanges in the making of the regulation. Basically, what you see there is that journalists, lobbies, experts, media companies, and so on were very influential in setting the tone of the conversation, in sending papers to the Commission. This is something that maps all the argumentative exchanges between all the organizations that intervene. However, the only big tech company that was strongly involved was Google, and to much smaller extent Microsoft. Now, what you see to the right is the lobbying map. Now, this is the number of meetings done on all the 8 regulations that you saw on the previous slide were held between the European Commission and different organizations. And there the picture is quite different. Big tech had quite privileged access to the European Commission, Google, Twitter, .Europe, Microsoft, and so on, CCIA, all the usual suspects of the digital world are much closer to the EU Commission services than are the defenders of online digital rights or journalists. Now, what conclusions do I take from that? Basically, the EU responded. I want to go back to my original conundrum. The EU has addressed regulation because it was concerned about the international situation, and it is now facing contradictory pressures. Now, the more important contradictory pressure is going to be diplomatic, if I can say brutal diplomatic, and maybe not only diplomatic pressure from the US to remove or to downgrade digital regulation. But on the other hand, there will be opposite pressures. There are new ideas in the public policy cycle that were introduced precisely by some of the organizations here to the left, ideas such as journalism as a public good. I mean, if this is a public good, it needs to be assured by the state, probably public service obligations by big tech companies. I mean, if they don't want to run political advertisements, maybe they can be obliged to run public service political advertisements, just as traditional media are obliged to do that during the election period, and maybe regulate these companies like network services and no longer as mere providers of digital services. Thank you very much. I hope I was not too long, and I look forward to your questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Luis. And finally, Jorge, if you want to add any other things about the future of European journalism in times of populism and disinformation, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm gonna try to provide some kind of final insights, if you want, on these kind of presentations. And indeed, even if I'm talking about the future of European journalism in times of populism and disinformation, I'm gonna try to split my presentation into like 4 different subtopics, if you want, and some kind of final conclusions. The first issue is I would like to talk about disinformation and populism, and how this might be a challenge for European democracies. Our initial hypothesis states that disinformation and populism have become mutually reinforcing forces that used to erode trust in democratic institutions and in the own European project itself. So indeed, we have also tested that the populist actors used to exploit simplistic, emotional, and polarizing narratives that in some terms oppose the people to the elites, while disinformation networks used to amplify those messages across digital platforms. So indeed, we are assisting to some kind of fragmentation of the public sphere, which is for sure driven by algorithmic personalization and echo chambers, as it has already said in this roundtable, which makes it increasingly difficult for citizens to distinguish what's truth and what might be manipulation. So indeed, what we have all in all is the EU facing some kind of very urgent task to rebuild some kind of shared informational space through education, through regulation, and through cooperation, as my fellow colleagues have already said, in which we can have some kind of verified knowledge and some kind of plural debate that could once again sustain democratic societies. Secondly, I would like also to talk a bit about populism and polarization, and how this may consist on an attack towards journalism. And indeed, it has been tested during the last years that the populist movements across Europe, they are trying to, they have turned journalists and experts or scientists into their political targets by accusing them of biasing and detachment from ordinary citizens. So indeed, this involves some kind of delegitimization that weakens media's capacities to act as the main function of media, which is being watchdog of powers, and for sure that contributes to a very important and dangerous erosion of democratic check and balance. So indeed, we can. It's also true that we can check that in many different kind of EU countries, public broadcasters have been very politicized. This is part of the so-called pluralist, polarized model Hallin and Mancini estate, and this has transformed maybe public broadcasters into some kind of partisan propaganda, and this has also had the consequence of narrowing the diversity of voices in the media landscape. So at current, it's also true that we are in some kind of crossroads in which journalists is caught between the populist hostility and some kind of audience skepticism, which is kind of dual pressure that demands or challenges some kind of renewed ethical and professional resilience for journalists. In addition, the third topic or the third issue is to try to add to this kind of situation, to this kind of context, the issue of artificial AI, so artificial intelligence. And indeed, for sure, we cannot neglect that artificial intelligence is offering some kind of transformative potential for journalism by automating repetitive tasks, enhancing data analysis, assisting in verification or fact-checking, as said before, or so on. However, it's also true that AI is also carrying some kind of significant risk, including the creation of deepfakes, algorithm bias, and for sure the loss of human editorial oversight. Indeed, all these developments have raised some kind of complex questions about the responsibility, the transparency, and the trust, the truth. So indeed, if algorithms curate news consumption, so who's going to ensure the fairness and the neutrality? As long as we know that behind the algorithm we have bias, and that bias is gonna neglect the development of balanced societies at some point. So indeed, the challenge is to be able to harness AI as a tool for truth, and not as an accelerator or manipulation of ideological control. Lastly, my last point is about so how's gonna be the journalism of the future. And here we need to introduce the concepts of reinvention and resilience. So indeed, the future of journalists in Europe will mostly depend on the ability to be able to reconnect with the citizens through transparency, credibility, and engagement. And in here, it's going to be very important media and digital literacy that must be for sure strengthened at all levels of education, so that citizens could identify misinformation and understand how online ecosystems operate, just in order to protect themselves from this kind of hybrid strategies. Indeed, the profession journalists, we must embrace kind of collaborative models linking journalists with academics, with fact checkers, with civic organizations, in order to be able to reinforce the integrity of the public discourse. So, all in all, we may say that some kind of resilient, pluralistic, and ethically grounded journalism is going to be essential to counter the dual threats of populism and technological manipulation. Just in order to conclude and to avoid my presentation getting so long, I would like to state that at current Europe is facing some kind of triple democratic stress test, which is on the one side populism, on the other side disinformation, and lastly, the last factor, artificial intelligence, which at some point are reshaping how citizens perceive reality, truth, and authority. So to preserve democratic stability, my understanding is that the EU must combine regulation, education, plus cooperation and innovation in order to be able to ensure that technology serves transparency and that journalists remain some kind of pillar of accountability of the European project. Indeed, Luis has, for example, explained several kind of regulative measures, and the most important ones have been the European Media Freedom Act and the Digital Services Markets Act, which marks the first step. And I really coincide with my fellow colleague Luis Boza that they are looking for defending information and journalists as some kind of public good rather than a commodity. So just to finish this intervention, I would like to point out that the survival of democratic journalism will, to my understanding, depend on collective civic responsibility. We have, on the one hand, institutions, then media, and then citizens, that they should work together in order to protect truth, pluralism, and democratic dialogue in this kind of age or era of systemic disinformation. So I would like to stop here, because I think it has been enough just to pose, to bring some kind of ideas, I don't know, at some point polemic or not, just in order to be able to discuss with my colleagues or even with the public who might be interested. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Three of you, interesting interventions, and if you read, might start some kind of discussion. I've prepared questions as editors and also as of the mentioned book. Also welcome, as you said, any questions, any comments from the audience, and you can put it through the microphone, or maybe you write it through chat. I will read them out loud. But to start, I would like to ask Luis. The European Union, as you said, has introduced many regulatory initiatives to counter disinformation and also to protect democracy. But where exactly do we draw the fine line between regulation and censorship? And what are the risks of crossing it? Because there was a controversy when the EU decided to block Russia's Today, for example, the Russia's Today websites at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And it's a move that sparked serious debate about freedom of expression. So,
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Raquel. That's an excellent question. It's a tough one. And to be very clear, to me, the suspension of Russia Today and Sputnik is censorship. It may be acceptable censorship, that's a normative debate, but it is an act of censorship. Now, you may say we are at war, we need to do that. That's an argument here, but it's clearly a case of censorship. Now, the very interesting thing on top of that is that this is not foreseen in any of the responses I alluded to. Basically, this is a decision that was made by the Council as part of the different sanctions against Russia, but not the DSA, the AMFA. None of this regulation allows the European Union to suspend the TV. So basically, this is an ad hoc decision that was part of an exceptional response in the context of war, and one that, in principle, we should not expect to be reproduced now. So that's how the literature has treated this case of Russia Today and Sputnik. The other issue, and one that's more subtle and probably more problematic, is that none of the EU regulation allows to censure, but there are two things that are important. Now, the risk is that platforms may themselves be making the decisions, calling the shots on what is compliant or not compliant with the regulation. Basically, it's up to Twitter to decide if your post is in line or not with the regulation. And the risk there is, of course, the privatization of censorship. Right? So that's one. The other one is that basically we may discuss disinformation as harmful but not illegal discourse. Right? And this is the case of Spain, but this is not true everywhere in the European Union. Up to 12 member states have different penal codes criminalizing disinformation. Now, again, this is not necessarily in itself a problem. There may be good reasons why certain types of lies may be illegal. But the problem is that the DSA not only establishes mandates to fight systemic disinformation as a protection for democracy, it also mandates platforms to remove all illegal content. When we say illegal content, most of us think about child pornography, protection of copyright, and so on. But the thing is that Hungary may use the DSA to basically remove political content, saying that this is illegal according to Hungarian law. So my concern is the regulation is not very strong for some, in the sense that, well, platforms still call the shots about what they want to do, but it may be used by non-democratic regimes in the EU to basically limit even more freedom of expression. So this is an area where I think there should be new policy discussion.
Thanks a lot. Well, another issue, well, for three of you, especially for... Do you think that journalism is still the fourth power, the first state in Europe, or have we fallen in some kind of dark grip of partisan trench-style journalism?
Raquel, could you please repeat? Because I lost at some point the connection, so I don't know. I couldn't get the question.
Yeah. If you think that is still the fourth state in Europe, or have we fallen into some kind of trench-style journalism, partisan journalism?
Well, if I understood well, you asked about how journalism was still is still in Europe some kind of watchdog of the power, or the issue of partisan journalism. Yeah, well, indeed, this is a tough question, because it may depend on which countries we are. And to my understanding here, it applies the so-called classification of Halina Mancini on geopolitical media models, depending on the areas in Western countries. If we focus on our country, in this case on Spain, in the south of Europe, the pluralist polarized model, I always repeat to my students that here we have a problem as long as partisan journalism is very well developed. So we have plurality, so it could be said whatever we want in our countries, but media are very polarized from the ideological bias, from the ideological cleavage. So that means that we cannot expect from media to telling us the truth, but to telling us they adulterate truth. And yes, in order to get well informed, we would need to go to leftist and right medias in order to get some kind of point in the middle, just in order to get what should be the real information. And here we have a main problem, because a big problem to my understanding, because indeed, it's an important gap in terms of democracy, because we cannot expect from the media to tell us the truth, but to tell us the ideological truth. And so how they are gonna fulfill their commitment as watchdogs of power while they are fully aligned with one of the sides, in this case, the opposition or the government? So, to my understanding, here we have a clear gap, an important problem, and as long as your question is very pertinent, we are losing media. Might be losing in some countries the position of being some kind of protectors of citizens and watchdogs of power.
Thanks a lot, Jorge. Rocío, you mentioned this pseudo media controversy during your intervention. What role do you think pseudo journalists and populist agitators play in spreading disinformation about any topics, any controversial topics, politics in general, and about European affairs in particular? Because since the last election campaign gave us plenty of examples, some of these figures are now sitting inside the European Parliament itself. I don't know, what's your opinion over this?
Thank you very much, Raquel, for this interesting question. I think that we have a problem basically about those agents that consider themselves as journalists or as fact checkers, but they are not. The thing is that we don't have, for example, in the case of Spain, and a specific regulation for the media in order to determine who can be a journalist, who can act as a journalist, and who is eligible to go, for example, to the Congress. So the regulation of the media is a very controversial debate, of course, but we do have to do something in order that anyone cannot say that they are journalists while they're not, but partisan actors. So in this sense, we basically need a lot of media literacy in order that the civil society can be aware of what they are reading and who is stating something or not. But nowadays, this is a real problem, because anyone with their own means, that's social networks, can be influencers and say what they want very loud. So we as academics should also make a little bit of pressure to, at least by reading or talking about this, in order that this can be an object of at least debate.
Many thanks, Rocío. Thank you for your interesting answer. I think that we have questions.
Raquel, sorry for interrupting. I think we need to thank Professor Luis Boza, who has some kind of commitments in his university right now, and he needs to leave us. So many thanks, Luis, for being with us, for your efforts. Hopefully
I can, however, take the question I just saw in the chat. Basically, the DSA allows researchers to opt in for vetted research status. And now, this is not easy, but it's not impossible either. So I think if you're interested in accessing data from platforms, the DSA helps you. If you want to read more about that, the Fair Fashion blog yesterday just published a fantastic article on the topic. Right, so this is their very well-known German constitutional law blog, and they have a very specific explanation of what you can do, what you cannot do, and how to apply to that. So you can go to that. And very sorry, I have to run, and thanks again for having me, Jorge.
See you soon. Take care. Thank you, Luis.
Luis, thank you. Well, I don't know if there's any other questions apart this one that has been already answered, or if you want to add anything else. Just we can take maybe 2 more questions from the audience. If not, I can ask another one, but I would like people to participate in this interesting discussion. Do you know what is the link that Luis just referred to?
I'm afraid we need to look for that, because right now I don't really know.
Katerina, maybe you can
I'm gonna test him.
an email. Yes, we can share his email address, and if you are interested in some kind of this content, you can ask it directly.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Amazing. So, well, I will pose another dilemma, but if anyone is interested in asking a question, please interrupt me. I always wonder if the media should report on disinformation, even if that means amplifying it. I don't know if it's correct. And on the other hand, do you think that is legitimate to use AI tools in things like political communication when institutions and governments, both national and European, are constantly warning us about the dangers of deepfakes? How do you feel about that?
There are 2 questions, no? AI, and the first one was about amplifying disinformation.
Yes, amplifying disinformation.
But those are topics not to be asked in 5 minutes, because we will need like
hours
to discuss about that.
For sure.
You know, it's a huge discussion on this. I don't know. We can get the first one, for example, amplifying disinformation or not. For example, if we follow authors such as Álvaro Leart, he states that at some point, and this is maybe Rocío Sánchez is not going to be very, very happy with this kind of solution, because it says, okay, to what extent, he says, to what extent the work of fact checkers is not at some point reproducing this information and giving some much more visibility to some kind of disinformation, which is founded on the issue of the confirmation bias. So at some point, even if you are told that this is completely false, you said, okay, it might be false, but it should be truth, because I really believe that this is ideologically which supports my previous bias. So at some point, for example, Professor Olear, he states that fact-checking might not be the solution to this information as long as it reinforces and it gives grants much more visibility to this information. And for example, he proposes another kind of possibilities such as framing, okay, following Lakoff and the framing solution, which means, okay, it's not about detecting or verifying the disinformation. It's about proposing some kind of alternative frames in order to convince societies to frame things in that way. So at some point, this discussion is tough discussion which has not been solved, and there are scholars who might be pointing out from different sides. I do assume that Rocío disagrees with this, so the floor is yours, Rocío, to try to discuss on this topic if you want, or to go into the AI issue as well, as long as we have 4 more minutes.
Well, basically, I think that this is an object of a controversy, of course, and debate. And this effect of repetition and going more and more viral is called the backfire effect, what you were mentioning. It depends. So the fact checker statement on this is that when something is already viral, debunking it helps. But when it's not viral, it can repeat the frame. So that's depending on the case. So it's not a black and white issue. It's just within the grace in which we need to move. But yes, it's an interesting debate.
Thanks, both of you. Well, we have two more questions. First of all, we have the Margarsoda question about digital journalistic literacy. I would like to quickly answer to this. Well, positive interventions, I will say the ones that I previously mentioned on my speech, because I really feel that the Euractiv network is really positive. It's a really good example of how pan-European journalism can be delivered. Inside this Euro network, this Euractiv, we have, for example, Agencia F here in Spain, that is one of the main amplificators of information throughout Spain and throughout the Latin American countries. So I will say, that this kind of pan-European initiatives, such as Euractiv European Correspondent, that is more a citizen journalism initiative or a citizen journalism project. We also have this European newsroom, inside which we can find also other international agencies like Agence Press and Reuters, for example. And they are really practical and they are really interesting in terms of how you can report on European affairs, especially when you are facing this kind of controversial times or more problematic times, problematic periods like elections and so on. So, well, I think that Felipe also asked questions. What do you think is going to be the biggest struggle in the upcoming years in the fact-checking profession and in journalism as a whole? I believe it's.
I think this very, Raquel, this very links with your second question. I think that the biggest struggle is going to be AI. So at some point is this. So how to use AI in order to perform some kind of better journalism, in order to get much more accuracy, database analysis, or so on, or just in order to develop big deep fakes and in order to enhance this information. So here is right now the possibilities given by AI are completely unexpected, like 1, 2, 3 years ago, and right now we need to accommodate and we need to be able to use this such an important tool in order to try to develop journalism and communication, and not to avoid hybrid strategies or so on. So to my understanding, I don't know if you agree with me, but AI is the current challenge at all. It's going to be the matter of research, of future research in the upcoming years, for sure.
Absolutely. I think that it's actually a wide challenge, a really huge challenge. And I think that it will pose such a lot of risk for the narratives, but also in how we make information more appealing and attractive to the audience. Because with AI, it's easier to go ahead and get this clickbait stuff, but it's not as rigorous as we might expect from journalists. I would like to discuss a lot of different questions with you, but I'm afraid that we are running out of time. So, Jorge.
So thank you so much, Raquel, for this, and Rocío and Luis, who's not here, but for this, for being able to participate in this roundtable. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. And right now we need to move forward. So, to my understanding, there is a new roundtable who's going to be led by lecturer Uxia Carral. So, Uxia, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you. Very interesting roundtable before ours. Welcome to this new roundtable, so-called Misinformation, Disinformation, and Hate Speech, Migrants and Refugees. Thank you all for joining us through YouTube. My name is Uxia Carral, and I'll be chairing this session. We are delighted to bring together two outstanding speakers who will help us to reflect on how disinformation and hate narratives around migration are shaped and what can be done to counter them. I'll remind you that each speaker will have around 12-15 minutes for their presentations. Then we will hold a short Q&A at the end of both presentations, type meeting, of course. And if we run out of time, you are more than welcome to contact the speakers directly using the mail address shown on the first slide of each presentation. So I can see already our first speaker is Israel Doncel, Associate Professor at the University Carlos III of Madrid. Let me introduce you. Israel has served as the Head of Communication at Centro Sefard Israel and Press Officer as Casa de America, both institutions under the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation. His main expertise lies in institutional communication, public diplomacy. He holds a PhD in media research with a dissertation on domestic public diplomacy in Spain and is the author of Comunicación Corporativa en la Era de la Globalización and co-author of Emma Lazarus, A los Pies de la Libertad. He has published several works on public diplomacy and disinformation, including his 2025 article, Domestic Public Diplomacy as Communications Strategy, Analysis of the Spanish Case. So today, he will be presenting reputational crisis and generation of counter-narratives. Then we will have Paula Barrechina from the United Nations Refugee Agency. Paula is a lawyer with nearly 20 years of experience in humanitarian work and international communication. She has led policy development and external relations in complex contexts such as Lebanon, Libya, France, Spain, and has played a key role in advocacy and communications during the Syria crisis and across the Americas region. And her broad experience combines the legal expertise, the strategic vision, and the strong commitment to human rights and inclusion. And today she will be presenting the Information Integrity Toolkit of the United Nations. So, as I think Israel has to leave earlier, I leave the floor to you, Israel. Welcome, and you can start whenever you want.
Thank you, Xia. Well, first of all, I would like to check if you can hear me well. It's okay, yeah. Well, and you can see the presentation, right? Perfect.
You can put it on complete screen.
Let me check if I can do it. I suppose yes. Well, that is difficult because I can see it. Well, I'm afraid that will be the only possible, but I hope you can see more or less correctly. Well.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, let me thank Daniel Catalan for inviting me to participate in this project, and also thanks to you, Xia, for your kind presentation and for moderating this panel. Well, my presentation, as you said, will focus on how institutions can respond to reputational crises caused by disinformation and hate speech, not through confrontation, but through the generation of counter-narratives that rebuild the public trust. These reflections are based on applied research and consultancy work, including the project developed with ACNUR in Chile, will I mention later as an example. Well, reputation. Well, when an organization faces disinformation or hate speech, it's not just its image that suffers. It's the connection with society. It's also the connection with society. Reputations, from my point of view, depends on more than facts. It relies on emotion and identifications. So if the public perceives an institution as distant, political, or opaque, its messages lose resonance. So that's why managing reputation is not only a matter of communication, it's a matter of belonging and proximity. many institutions react to online attack by denouncing hate or answering directly. But this approach, from my point of view, as I said, have some limits. Denouncing is, of course, is something necessary, but it doesn't erase the emotional impact of the false message. So, and also direct response often trap institutions in the aggressor's frame, repeating their words, their tone, even their agenda. So it's from point of view, it's not a great advice to respond directly to these kind of messages. This reaction can unintentionally legitimize the attack and make the institution look defensive. That's why I believe reputation cannot be recovered by arguing, only by reframing. And that's the point I would like to go deeper. Instead of firing misinformation head on, counter narratives work by building a new reality. They don't silence other voices, they introduce different meanings into the conversation. In context of hate speech, these narratives can also reduce radicalization. Indeed, changing the narrative that satisfy people's psychological needs and social networks can interrupt the cycle of extremism. That's the reason because I consider this kind of counter narrative so important. So the real challenge is not to argue against hate, sorry, but to tell better stories than hate does. That's the most important. That's the key. Counter narratives only works if they are collective. So it's important to make them collective. I mean, to deliver from different points and from different voices. That means involving civil society, artists, educators, local voices, and citizens themselves. And they must speak the language of culture, not the bureaucracy, not the language of institution, but all the language of the people, the real language. When narratives are born from shared experience, they don't look like campaigns. They look like a society talking to itself. That's what gives them power and credibility from a point of view. So in this part of creating a counter narrative, if we want to change the social perception, we must enter into the space where perceptions are built. And in this field, entertainment is one of the most important fields in where we can develop this kind of counter narratives. Platforms like Netflix are not just entertainment; they are factories of social meaning. So they are creating a new frames, a new social meaning. Representation in fiction has an enormous influence, including refugees or minorities in respected everyday roles. Doctors, teachers, friends can normalize their presence far better than an official statement could. So they are playing a key role in the perception of our society from different point of view. I mean, that's why I see entertainment as diplomacy through storytelling. It's a key. Indeed, nowadays, countries like United States or other countries of Japan, they are using entertainment or films or series like a public diplomacy tool. So it's important to take into account. Influencers also can help to reshape how audience perceive an institution, but only if chosen wisely. Why I say that? Because sometimes smaller profiles like micro-influencer are more persuasive because their communications feels genuine. But we must also understand how algorithms work. Content from politically neutral voices has a better chance to react mixed audience. So the goal is not to persuade extremists, but to occupy the algorithm middle ground, subtly introducing positive symbols and associations. In some cases, a simple object like a logo, a backpack, or a symbol can carry meaning more powerfully than a slogan. So it's important also to take care of this kind of details and also take care of this kind of influencers because real indeed they are playing a key role in the construction of the social context. Well, public diplomacy is the other tool. I mean, entertainment, influencers, and also public diplomacy is often understood as external communication between states, but it also has a domestic dimension. It's about how government and institutions help citizens see diversity as a source of strength. This means creating spaces for cultural exchange, education, and shared experience. Art exhibitions, for example, lectures, collaborations that make diversity visible. So it's important also to let space to public diplomacy as an important tool, as a relevant, as a remarkable tool for the construction of these new frames. Protecting indeed the pluralism is not optional. That's why it's normally a request that people make to the states, because it's not an option. The state should protect this kind of pluralism, and the public diplomacy is an important tool to do it. It's also a public pedagogy. And yes, to end, journalists and editors have an enormous narrative power. The goal is not censorship, but responsibility. Encouraging media outlets to adopt internal guidelines on how to refer to migrants, refugees, or minorities helps avoid inconsistent bias. So, for example, to be specifically nationality, often when relevant, avoiding the link between migration and crime, and always giving the space to the people affected to speak for themselves. These small changes can humanize the narrative of migration and protect social cohesion. So I think that media, public diplomacy, entertainment, and also influencers on social media are the most important to create these counter narratives in order to fight against disinformation and hate speech. For me, Uxia, that's all for the moment. Later on, we can discuss with your Q&A time.
Yes, Israel, thank you very much for that insightful, interesting presentation. I can see as well Paula Barrachina, he's on the screen. So she will be presenting the Information Integrity Toolkit from the United Nations Refugee Agency. Are you prepared? Are you able to project the slides? Okay, perfect. So the floor is yours whenever you want. I will remind you, if you are running out of time, I will remind you when you have 2 minutes left, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to project the slides because, but I'm going to talk and we can share the link and everything later. But very interesting, Israel, what you were mentioning. I'm happy to go after you because it's a good way to build on what you just explained. But I'm here to present the UNHCR Information Integrity Toolkit, which is a resource that UNHCR and partners have developed. Why? Well, to help humanitarian actors respond and identify misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech, especially in those contexts where refugees, asylum seekers, and stateless persons are involved. So in very simple terms, the toolkit, which is an online tool and it's a living document, it helps us understand how harmful information spreads both online but also offline, and it gives us practical ways to analyze it, to try to prevent it because it's not always possible, and to respond and counter it. It was launched in April this year following years of work, and it was funded by ECHO, and it provides practical tools. It's very hands-on, which is important for staff that are all over the world on the ground who do not necessarily know and are not communicators or have not studied communication. So how to respond, how to identify in a practical and quick manner. And it was based, as everything that UNHCR does, on activities and findings from field operations, and mainly Bangladesh, which we will talk about, Chile, which Israel already mentioned, but also Dominican Republic and South Africa. So we tested a range of response activities and different partnerships in different countries in order to be able to come up with this toolkit, which is a toolkit, and I know it's difficult for you to imagine it if you don't have it in front of you, but I'll share the link later. It outlines a whole of organization approach. Why? Because we cannot tackle MDH alone or one single person. We need all the different parts of society, as Israel was also mentioning, to do so. So it's important that the toolkit also recognizes that. And why do we have this toolkit? Well, because the most important point is to recognize that MDH can lead to harm for refugees. It's not only about communication, it's not only the narrative, it can actually lead to actual harm. It's a protection issue. So false or hateful narratives, information, can lead to harm, which can be in the form of discrimination, denial of services, even violence. We have seen that in Spain not so recent ago during the summer. And that humanitarian actors, who, as I mentioned, are not trained for that, need a structured way to detect it, to understand it, and to counter it. So the toolkit gives the main concepts, which I'm not going to go into because you know MDH very well, but I am going to explain a bit the structure of the toolkit if you ever want to deep dive into it, so you understand a bit how it works. But the first part is understanding the challenge. So what are we facing? Definition, context. It's basically understanding when you see information that is misleading, that is not accurate, understanding the impact and the scale. So specific ways false or distorted information can cause harm. And we need to understand that it can have an impact. It can also erode the trust that society has on specific people, on UNHCRs, on partners, on the ecosystem, and that there is a correlation between the presence of widespread disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech and protection risks. As we mentioned, stigmatization, dehumanization, polarization, security, insecurity, violence, and that's an essential part of the toolkit. But I'll give you an example. A hate speech campaign on Facebook against the Rohingya in Myanmar was linked to the commission of grave human rights violations that prompted the flight of the Rohingya into Bangladesh. So it contributed to that flight, and that's important because it is, as we mentioned, a protection matter. I would recommend, if you're interested on the topic, to look at the Ipsos survey, which is recent, and we try to partner with Ipsos every year to have, or every 2 years to have this survey done, but it basically analyzes the perception of society towards refugees and the sentiment towards refugees. And it has shown, the most recent, launched in June, that social media is playing a role in polarizing societies. So addressing risk to information integrity, it needs to be considered as an integral part of our work, and holistic protection approaches need to be applied, including analysis of the situation, strategy development, and accurate responses. So I also want to mention that we consulted with refugees in different countries to see how they are impacted. And speaking to refugees in Spain, for example, they were telling us that that the recent narratives, the events, if you're familiar with the Spanish context in Torre Pacheco over the summer, but also the stigmatization, for example, of the children that are unaccompanied and seeking asylum and arriving through the Canary Islands, which journalists and social media is labeling as menace. This is really impacting them not only in their self-esteem, but also in their ability to to be part of society, and they feel really stigmatized. And we did that survey also in December 2023 with the refugees that came from all parts of the world to Geneva to attend the Global Refugee Forum. And they mentioned that 72% mentioned that they had personally been targeted with hate speech and misinformation. And they mentioned that they had felt psychological harm, they felt more insecure, they felt bullied, traumatized, social harm, they felt isolated from society, financial harm as well, exposure to fraud, too limited access to employment opportunities, lack of access to services, including social services, education, and physical harm. Some of them had endured as well, actually, danger to their own safety. So this is the first part of the toolkit, analyzing the scale and the impact. The second part of the toolkit is more practical. So, okay, once we know what the scale and the impact is, what we are facing, let's look at some practical tools. And I'll mention three: the ABCDE analysis framework, which is very simple, but it's A, actor, who is creating and sharing this information; B, behavior, what is the intent? Is it accidental? Is it coordinated? Is it malicious? C, the content, what is being said? Is it false? Is it distorted? Is it hateful? Is it inciting to violence? D, the degree, how much reach or potential harm does it have? And E, the effect, what impact could it have on individuals or communities? Why do we have this quick analysis framework? Well, to help staff decide whether to respond, how urgently to respond, and what's the strategy. And for that, we also have in the toolkit the severity assessment, which is basically understanding if the risk is low, medium, or high. If it's low, then maybe the strategy will be to monitor, engage with community moderators. If it's medium, we can issue clarifications, we can partner with local influencers, but the scale would not be, the reach will not be as broad maybe. And for high risk, we will activate crisis communication strategy, we will contact the authorities, platforms. So it really depends on, so the first one would be review your communications plan. Do you have trusted channels ready? Is everything, have you done all your homework, let's say? Detect and analyze the harmful narratives quickly or as quickly as possible. Use, for example, social listening, feedback from the community, and respond fast and effectively, and get feedback. It's important that you continue to assess your strategy continuously, right? Because information and digital information spreads so quickly that your response sometimes is a bit behind. So you also have to adapt. There's two more sections to the toolkit: the external engagement, which I'm not going to focus on, but it basically how to collaborate with governments, with tech companies, with media, with civil society at large, and with refugee community. It's so important to involve refugees, asylum seekers in the design, but also implementation. They're key in order for anything to work. And then you have also additional resources, frameworks, and policies that are important. So when we tested and we analyzed different contexts, we had some findings. Which is that information risk undermine humanitarian service delivery, social cohesion, and trust. And this was something that refugees themselves told us, that they, as I mentioned, that they feel impacted and that it has a psychological impact on refugees and also on service providers. That MDH is becoming increasingly complex, and the reach and speed of digital platforms makes them very easy to escalate. So years ago, we could control, the media was much more, and communication was much more limited. But right now, and you mentioned in the previous panel also artificial intelligence, these are things that are multiplying very quickly the scale of MDH. And that there are broad implications for UNHCR, but also for humanitarian organizations. It can lead, misinformation can lead to people even fleeing a neighborhood or a country. It can lead to people embarking in dangerous crossings, crossing the Mediterranean, for example. So the impact can be very, very severe. In Chile, as Ital was mentioning, we partnered with Carlos III as well to tackle xenophobia and hate speech against refugees, especially from Venezuela, because of the content, and develop public awareness campaigns, partnership with journalists, digital influencers, because everyone under this whole of society approach has to be involved in order for it to work. But we also worked in Bangladesh, for example, as I mentioned, with the Rohingya refugee crisis, where we see a lot of stigmatization and a lot of discrimination in contexts as well, such as the Dominican Republic, where there is a lot of hate and discrimination towards Haitians that are fleeing the situation in Haiti. So we tested that in different contexts, and we see that it is a real issue and it has to be tackled. Maybe just to finish, some practical lessons and recommendations, which from the toolkit as well, and our experience, is build trust before the crisis. So invest in clear, multilingual, accessible communication channels, so that they are ready. Engage with communities as first responders. As we mentioned, displaced people, they know how to detect, and many times they know also the source of the rumor, right? And they can also monitor the community, something that you may not have access to. Partner with local influencers, with religious leaders, with teachers, with refugee-led networks, and journalists who can help amplify credible messages. Avoid repeating false claims. So when debunking a rumor, do it without reinstating the rumor or the harmful content, because that is a way of actually helping spread the rumor or the MDH practice. Combine digital and offline responses. And while the toolkit focuses on digital, it's very important to also tackle where people are meeting, or offline meetings, offline communications, radio, TV, etc., and document. The toolkit encourages recording what works, what doesn't work, and feeding back into it to improve future responses. So maybe I will leave it here to allow for some time to ask questions. Sorry if I overstepped.
No, thank you. No problem. Thank you very much, Paula, for that very useful and inspiring presentation. I'll take into account the ABCD strategy, very useful in the future as well. Thank you both for your excellent presentation, very complementary presentations. I think they've raised many relevant points about the intersection between media, public discourse, migration narrative as well. So as the time allows, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. Either you can respond, okay? So first of all, why did you think this information about migration, in this case about refugees, is so appealing to be created?
Well, if I may, first of all, let me congratulate Paula for this amazing and really enriching presentation, because I think that your toolkit and all the strategies really, really interesting. So congratulations, Paula. You know what? I think that disinformation and migration and refugees also are so appealing, because I think that these communities are unvoiced communities. They are underrepresented on social media and also on media, on traditional media, on TV, on radio, on newspapers. So when you have communities that they don't have voice, that they have many untold stories, I think that is the perfect field to create this kind of disinformation and to create this kind of hate speech. Disinformation migration also appeals to emotion, and they are deeply rooted in fear, identity, and economic insecurity. So they use this kind of fears, they use this kind of emotions at the end, just to create this kind of sensations. And that's the reason, because they are finding a perfect field to construct, to build this kind of disinformation, because they have no voices. If you check the news about migrants or refugees, probably you will see that in few examples you can find with the voice of these people, with the voice of migrants, or with the voice of refugees. So I think that the untold stories, the unvoiced communities are perfect to create this kind of hate speech. I don't know what Paula thinks about that.
I agree. And actually, solidarity unites, but fear also unites. So refugees and migrants, to a larger extent, and sometimes even more, they're an easy target, because, as you were mentioning, they're in a very vulnerable situation, and it's a very emotional topic. So actually, it's for politicians, for journalists who want to, or for anyone who wants to ignite fear and target them, it's very easy to do that, because it's very emotional. And also, they're not necessarily a political constituency in a country. Sometimes they are, they can vote, but not always, and most likely they will not. So they're also easy target in that way, because political parties and politicians don't really need them. And it's what really divides society, and we see that in the case of Spain as well, right? The narrative around migrants, especially, is being accentuated a lot, and to a lesser extent refugees, because it's true that many people say, yeah, we don't want migrants. Okay, those who are fleeing war, fine, they can come, but so it is true that there is a legal difference between refugees and migrants, but we do tend to put them in the same box when it comes to MDH.
Thank you very much, both of you. While you were talking, and as you both work in institutions, I was wondering, how can institutions act without being perceived as censoring, a topic that we just talked in the previous roundtable as well, and without fueling polarization in a topic like migration or refugees?
You mean how institution can help?
Yes, for instance, when the United Nations or Casa Americas, CFRD, any type of institution try to make this campaign, how you can act without fueling polarization between being pro one thing or being against other public. Yeah.
Well, for me, I think that, if I may, sorry, Paula, because I'm always taking the floor for first, but well, from a point of view, this kind of institution, as you mentioned, of Casa America or the public diplomacy institution, have to play a key role in this field. Why? Because just to fight against hate speech against refugees or migrants, I think that the best way is to create bridges, to create bonds between the local communities and these communities. It's important to know each other. So I think that the best way to know their stories and to know the situation of the original countries more and go deeper in this situation, in this knowing, I think that the best way is using public diplomacy to make the audience, to make the civil society know more about them. So when you know more about your country, about the country of the other, about the situation in the moment of they live in their countries, I think that probably you will find more empathy with them. So I think that the best way is to create bonds and to create bridges to connect with these communities. This institution like Casa de America, like Centro Sefarad, like other public diplomacy institutions that we have in Spain, I think that they are doing this. I mean, that they are a kind of a window to know more these countries, a kind of open book to know more if you want, and not only by the cultural way, because you can find roundtables, so you can go to an exhibition or you can go to a concert. No matter the way, that the final purpose is that you know more or you know perfectly these countries, and you find then like another culture and how enriching can be for your country this kind of cultures. At my point of view, I know that it sounds quite topic maybe, but it's the only way that I think that can work. So Paula.
I'll give some examples actually, because what you mentioned is part of the work that UNHCR does in Spain. For example, we have a program called Contigo, with you, which is for young refugees and young Spaniards. And what they do is a mentorship program where they get to know each other and they do activities. So they go to the park, they do rafting, they do different cultural activities, sports. Why? Because it unites, and it I can see someone, not because they're a refugee, but because they're a human being. They're my age, they're 15 like me, they like playing soccer. So as Israel was mentioning, we do invest a lot in that to take away the labels and just look each other as human beings. We also have a program called Cediendo el Micro, lending the mic, for refugees. So what we're doing is we identified refugees from different countries that are living in Spain, and we train them on different issues to empower them for public speaking and public participation, because we do see that there is no platform for refugees to be able to tell their story, to be able to share their problems, their situation, what worries them, their amazing capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing as well. And we also partner for refugees to be able to know their rights. We have a program worldwide and also in Spain with the law firm DLA Piper to ensure that refugees know what their obligations are, but what they're entitled to as well in Spain. And that helps, because when you are targeted, then you can know how to defend yourself. And then we're also helping to empower refugee-led organizations. These are small associations that we finance as well, to help them create a positive chain of positiveness in a way. So some of them are doing ceramics through with refugee women and Spanish women. Others just started a refugee choir with Spanish nationals as part of the choir. So it's all, as Israel was mentioning, different ways and different scenarios and locations and activities where people can meet as Paula and Israel, and not as refugee national from the country, right?
Yes. Uxia, as you know, I have to leave because I have another meeting. So I'm so sorry. I apologize for.
Thank you very much for your time, Israel. Thank you very much.
Congrats again, thank you, Uxia, and congrats again, Paula, for all that initiatives that I think that are really, really important, really relevant. So congratulations and thank you so much.
I'll take the chance to invite you, everyone in the public, if you have any questions, make it, and then a chair will come to us with the questions. From now, I cannot see any, just a question about fact checking that I believe it's from the previous roundtable. So as we have 5 minutes left, Paula, if you are willing, I have another question for you. We talk about artificial intelligence, but also it counts algorithms and digital platforms in the communication of refugees and migration. So I would like to ask you, would you say that disinformation, that how much influence do algorithms and digital platforms have them in amplifying this hate speech and the false narratives about the migrants and the refugees?
Well, as UNHCR, we don't have a study on that, but what we know is that, of course, algorithms help the spread of content on digital platforms, and everyone is trying to understand the algorithm to be able to have their product or communication post or whatever maximized, right? And that is helping the spread of MDH, because the algorithm supports extreme content as well. So we are seeing situations where narratives have become more extreme, more polarized, because it's more likely that it appears in people's feeds. And it creates echo chambers that then reinforce the false narratives. So while we as UNHCR don't have any empirical data, what we do see is that in order to maximize engagement, there needs to be an impact, and the bigger the more aggressive those videos are or those communications are, the more it tends to spread. So that's something that clearly is not helping, we would say.
And from your perspective, doing these kind of campaigns, would you say that disinformation is more dangerous when it comes from anonymous sources, or when it originates or has been originated from institutional or any political actors against you?
Look, both are dangerous because, but in different ways, right? Because anonymous sources, they spread rumors, they can create conspiracies, they are rapid, they are unpredictable, but they're anonymous. And institutional political actors, they carry a degree of credibility. So when they are the ones spreading false information, it can lead to legitimizing that harmful narrative, and it can influence public opinion even more and public policy. So they're both dangerous, but it's true that when it comes from a source that we consider legitimate, then that misinformation can actually then be credible to a larger part of society, and that's really dangerous. And we see that on a daily basis, how someone just, because a politician says a fact, or that becomes, society accepts that as legitimate just because someone they recognize on TV or on Instagram, they legitimize that, and maybe they took it from the anonymous source. But it's true that both are dangerous, but one is even more harmful and the reach can be wider.
I completely agree with you, Paula. Thank you very much. Since we don't have time for taking more questions, please remember you can reach both the speakers, Paula and Israel, directly by the mail, as Israel, for instance, display in his slides. And that's bring us of the finishing of the end of our session. I would like to sincerely thank you, our speakers, Israel and Paula, for the valuable insights, and all of you for joining us today. Little reminder, we'll now take a short break of 15 minutes, coffee break, before the next session. Please remember that all presentations are available on our YouTube channel, and you can find the recordings at a link that I will share with you in the chat. But it is YouTube and our channel at Disinformation Congress. Now I will share with you. Thank you very much.
See here in the flowchart that they only got to the amplification stage of a typical Russian disinformation campaign. In this example, we didn't see it on the Pravda disinformation network, nor did we see it on state-controlled news outlets or official channels. Moreover, we did not see any mainstream Western outlets picking it up, thinking that it was true. However, the intent of flooding the information zone is simply to overwhelm easily accessible social media platforms, and therefore the largest number of people, to confuse, distort, and manipulate. In another example, which we assessed to be part of the doppelganger campaign, we saw a tweet a few days before the Olympics that sparked our suspicions. A journalist from a far-right outlet in France, known for spreading disinformation, posted on X claiming that the IOC president Thomas Bach was considering a last-minute decision to postpone or cancel the games over ongoing security concerns. Again, this fed the broader Russian narrative that Paris was unsafe and not prepared. The post falsely suggested that the story originated from Le Point, a legitimate French weekly political magazine. However, our investigation discovered that Le Point had previously twice been a victim of the doppelganger campaign, suggesting that the story was fake. It was quickly picked up and amplified across VK and Telegram, with further posts by dubious accounts on X. many appearing to be bots, claiming Le Point would publish the full story the next day. However, the legitimate accounts began picking this up. For a short time, the rumor was even echoed in some mainstream media outlets before being removed. So this example did indeed go viral. Another case we observed ahead of the Games was a fake Hamas video threatening terrorist attacks against France during the Olympics. The video was slickly produced and featured a masked speaker in military gear. It originated from a user called Hamas Fighter on X and went viral shortly after release, with others reposting this, as you can see on the screen, generating some skeptical fear and confusion amongst the public. Early promotion notably came from known pro-Russian figures on Telegram and X, including those based in the West, known for sharing Russian disinformation. Our analysis showed clear signs the video was fake, from linguistic inconsistencies in the speaker's accent to the absence of the known Hamas spokesperson. Our findings were later confirmed in the mainstream media. Though false, the video succeeded in flooding the information zone and reinforcing Russian narratives that France was vulnerable and that the Games were unsafe.
Okay, so another key narrative we found focused on the hypocrisy of Olympic values, specifically that Russia was banned due to its war in Ukraine, while Israel was allowed to participate despite the war in Gaza. So nearly a year before the Olympics, we saw real-world anti-Semitic graffiti in Paris, and this was eventually attributed by investigators in France to Russia, likely done by Russia in the aim to create division in France. And just a month after this graffiti, it was in November 2023, we saw a new post appear on X that featured graffiti, and it was explicitly targeting the Paris Olympics. So it showed a person holding a firearm alongside the 1972 Munich Olympics logo. Press it again. And this was handed to the next logo, which was the Paris 2024 logo. So this was like a direct reference we could see to the Munich massacre, where 11 Israeli athletes were killed, and the implication being clear here that it was a call to repeat this kind of attack again. So we then saw more of this leading up to the start of the Olympics. In this example, we observed a post on X featuring 4 images designed to look like screenshots from the Instagram stories of legitimate news outlets. So as we all know, this is a hallmark of Russian disinformation. So the images depicted anti-Israel, pro-Hamas graffiti, supposedly spotted around France, or Paris in particular. This one included a sniper scope over the International Olympic Committee's president, Thomas Bach, with the words, "The end is near," and featured a Hamas logo with the caption, "See you at the Olympics." But crucially, none of this graffiti was real. The Munich logo one, as well as this, was all digitally fabricated. So the objective was to provoke a viral media reaction and amplify divisions, particularly around Israel, Gaza, and the Olympics. And what we saw was that they used bot accounts on X to amplify this content. So, example you can see on screen now was one of these bot accounts commenting under each of these images.
Natasha, Sam, 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'll skip on to the next slide. Okay, so one of the most striking disinformation moments came during the opening ceremony. And this was during the drag performance, which was misinterpreted online as mocking the Last Supper, which wasn't true. The director later clarified that it was inspired by Greek mythology. But the real outrage had already started to go viral at this point, and we saw that bot networks were being turned on in response to this, which we attribute to Russia. So these bots were used immediately to revive the hashtag Olympics has fallen, which we had seen that was connected to a Russian fake Tom Cruise documentary about the Olympics that was used before the actual Olympics was being shown. And this was used to amplify the original backlash against the ceremony. So we then saw false claims being circulated online about Christian protests in Paris as a response to this. And some narratives made it to the US religious groups who began to lobby the International Olympics Committee because of this false content. Okay, next slide. So finally, last 2 slides. We've been tracking a bot network active since June 2024, which has repeatedly been posting about a vague cyber attack targeting the Winter Olympics.
without ever saying which games they mean by this. And for context, the last Winter Olympics was in 2022, and the next aren't until February 2026. So seeing these posts each week does not make sense. So the messages vary. Some posts mention a cyber attack, others say Russia denies involvement, but what's consistent is the frequency. And more recently, many posts get cut off mid-sentence, so suggesting some sort of bot automation. So our assessment is this could be Russia or even China testing bot infrastructure, either laying the groundwork for future disinformation or potentially experiencing early activation errors before the Milan Cortina Olympics in February 2026. So to conclude, and some of the things that we learned from this is that Russian disinformation isn't about necessarily just about spreading falsehoods. It's about triggering emotional reactions. And Russia sought to undermine public confidence in France's ability to safely host the games. And they did this through fear, outrage, and confusion. So second, knowing when to respond to disinformation is really important in its debunking. So, and all of this depends on whether it's gaining traction or not. So we did see that the International Olympic Committee reacted to some of the disinformation that was gaining traction, and that did help in debunking it. And then finally, Paris 2024 won't be the last Olympic Games to be targeted. What we saw in 2024 gives us a playbook in how Russia may target the Games in the future and what narratives we can expect. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Natasha and Sam, for that great start. Up next, we have Holly Randall Moon from Charles Sturt University in Australia, presenting colonialism and racial science as misinformation and disinformation. Holly, the floor is yours. Holly, you can start. Sorry, you are mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, just give me a second. And I hope you can see the slides.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the sovereignty of the Wiradjuri people on whose land I'm zooming to for this presentation, and I pay respects to elders past, present, always. There is a need to combat misinformation and disinformation, and this has taken on a global urgency. The United Nations has recognised the need to counter disinformation as necessary for, quote, the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedom, end quote. And in this chapter, I argue that Indigenous peoples, First Nations, and racial minorities are particularly vulnerable to disinformation and misinformation as a result of the circulation of colonial knowledges and racial sciences in modernity. Cultivating active efforts towards information integrity includes understanding the historical context of disinformation and misinformation. The International Centre for Journalists, a short guide to the history of fake news and disinformation, which you can see on the slide here, provides a genealogy of disinformation linked to war and military propaganda. The Australian Perspectives on Misinformation report also discusses disinformation in the context of war. None of these genealogies and explanations of disinformation in modernity include the invention of racial science and settler colonisation, which promoted false and damaging knowledge of Indigenous peoples and racial minorities. And the legacy of racial disinformation is the contemporary perpetuation of racist and xenophobic discourse. To counter disinformation and misinformation about race, in 1950, soon after the Second World War ended, the UN released its statement on race, which acknowledged the significant violence perpetrated in the name of racial science. Gathering together scientific experts, the statement proclaimed, quote, "It is impossible to demonstrate that there exists between races differences of intelligence and temperament other than those produced by the cultural environment," end quote. So in other words, they're saying that race is a social and cultural construction. Although not using this terminology, the statement noted the role of disinformation in relation to race, as well as the role of misinformation, end quote. Sorry, start quote. There's a great confusion on the notion of race, so great that no campaign designed to remove prejudices can be effectively undertaken without careful preparation, end quote. So in other words, what they're saying is because of the impact of racial science, it's not enough to simply debunk the notion of race, because it still is used by states and governments and other ideological actors to promote particular misinformation campaigns about particular groups. And so while the UN statement itself from 1950 is focused on the significant racial violence perpetuated by the Nazi state, other state and imperial conflicts have previously mobilized race in propaganda efforts. So in particular, imperial and state conflicts over African territories relied on racial stereotyping and racial science to justify violence. And due to their conflicts with other European states in the late 19th and early 20th century, Germans were also racially caricatured as bloodthirsty. The use of race against an enemy population enabled disinformation and misinformation about that population to circulate across media and political communication channels. The identification of military propaganda as the beginning of misinformation and disinformation in modernity in the resources that I've listed, and you can see on the screen here, neglects how the promotion of race and racism was central to these propaganda efforts. The evolutionary model of race and racial science had a persuasive effect on policy and treatment of Indigenous peoples and racial minorities during the 20th century. This idea produced this notion that populations with darker skin colour were somehow less evolved than lighter skin-coloured peoples. So, for example, in Australia, where I'm from, the idea that Indigenous peoples were a dying race persisted until the 1950s and influenced government policy and treatment of Aboriginal people. Racial science and eugenics informed the quarantining, segregation and removal of children from Indigenous families and communities, and continued to do so after the 1950 UN conference and statement on race. In the United States, racial hygiene justified the segregation of public spaces along racial lines, as well as medical practices relating to blood transfusion that prohibited racial mixing. So the invention of race was used to construct social and national groups as inherently inferior, and imperial and government interests were bolstered by the use of racial science to justify invasion, military conflict, medical quarantine, internment, and racial hygiene in public spaces. And the UN attempted to mitigate the role of race in disinformation and misinformation campaigns in the middle of the 20th century by attempting to provide evidence that disproves that race is a fiction. But nevertheless, the perpetuation of the fiction of race and racial science continues into the latter part of the 20th and early 21st centuries. So, for instance, information and communication platforms, or ICT, don't operate from a neutral information base and promote information based on user preferences and knowledge. And research, which is
2 minutes, Charlotte.
Thank you. And research, which I've got on the slide here, has found that Google will provide racially stereotypical answers to questions about minority groups and disseminate racial science in the characteristics and capabilities that are ascribed to these groups. Algorithmic bias and algorithmic racism prompt negative information about racial minorities and undermines the efforts of these groups to participate in public and political domains. just jump ahead here. And so the use of the knowledge available through information and communication platforms to learn about Indigenous peoples and minority groups has human rights implications. State governments are in a powerful position as sources of information on these groups, and fact-checking state information can be difficult if these groups cannot access these knowledge platforms and offer alternative information. Amnesty International found that racial disinformation was circulated about Rohingya Muslims on Facebook, whose algorithms amplified negative content and violence, undermining the group's human rights and obstructing geopolitical efforts to intervene into Myanmar security forces' ethnic cleansing. Another example would be Chinese state persecution of Uyghurs, which is aided by online disinformation campaigns and difficulty in accessing sources to fact check this information. So I'll just finish up by saying that so the racial misinformation and disinformation has negative health impacts. It's used to, in really extreme cases, it can be used to justify ethnic cleansing by powerful state actors. And it undermines political participation of Indigenous peoples and racial minorities. Moves to recognise the right to communication as a sustainable development goal, as you can see in this research here, bolster efforts to ensure not only equitable access to ICT and information communication platforms, but equitable participation in information and knowledge economies through self-representation, alternative sourcing, and fact-checking. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly, for that really interesting talk. And now we'll hear from Ludmila Huntsman from the Cognitive Security Alliance in USA with her presentation, Identifying Disinformation via Coherence-Driven Inference. Ludmila, I don't know. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's Ludmila Huntsman.
Ludmila.
I'm very happy to be here, and I'm trying to share my window.
Yeah, normally
it allows me to share my tab, so I hope that we will be able to see.
Yes, perfect. We can see it.
Right. All right. So, and now let me try this. Do you see a triangle?
Yeah.
All right. May I ask you a question? What do you see in this picture?
The last one is clear. Use a triangle.
Triangle, yes. This is called the Impossible Triangle. And it's a sculpture that's located in Western Australia. Hello to our previous presenter from Australia. Seen from a certain angle, it does look like a triangle, a proper triangle, but it is a Penrose triangle. It's a structure that mathematically impossible to construct. And we find this very inspiring as a metaphor describing our information environment. It's very symbolic of what we see when we go online these days, that it doesn't always appear what we see first. And it's very important to rely on science to distinguish what is true and what is false. So the Penrose triangle was devised and popularized in the 1950s by a psychiatrist named Lionel Penrose, and later his son, Roger Penrose, won a Nobel Prize in the area of mathematics. And he described that this is the impossibility in its purest form. So what we did with it, we used it to create a LLM-based AI-powered tool or system to sort out coherent claims from incoherent claims in order to counter disinformation. The idea behind Cohere is that large language models, or LLMs, can take lots of local information and they can compile it into a global data structure that is possible to reason over algorithmically. And this global synthesis can be used to do some sort of machine cognition with. And the idea is that if you have enough context, the claims that are incoherent will fall apart, right? When you see a lot of alternative views, you can always see that something is not quite right there, right? These facts do not come together well. So our state-of-the-art Cohere approach demonstrates 3 innovation pieces. The first one is infrastructure. Infrastructure for doing computations is new. We're using large language models, LLMs, to populate the data structure. The second innovation is the mathematical form of the data, and structure itself is also new. And the modern algorithms for reasoning over this global data structure are also new. How does it work? If you look at this slide, let's focus on the diagram on the left. The vertices in this diagram are well-established facts. And this is just an example of how we use LLM to reason over the information. For example, let's say Amsterdam is the largest city, right? And then let's see vertex D, Amsterdam is the capital, and they're connected with the blue edge. So the edges is the connection, how related, how relevant, how coherent these facts are. So the blue is positive weight, which means that it is coherent or possibly coherent, and red is a negative weight, which is incoherent. And then the thickness between the thickness of the edge or the line demonstrates how coherent or how incoherent, how strongly coherent or incoherent. For example, let's say, let's see C, let's take the vertex C, The Hague is the capital. D, Amsterdam is the capital. And E, Nijmegen is the capital. These 3 vertices are connected with a very thick red edge. And if you think of it, of course, there cannot be 3 capitals in one country, right? So therefore, LLMs give it a very thick red edge. Let's look at, for example, F, Parliament is in The Hague, and I, Prime Minister lives in The Hague. These 2 are connected with a thick blue edge, which means that it's quite possible. Very frequently, Prime Minister visits the Parliament for meetings, and usually the Prime Minister lives near the Parliament in the same city. So this is step 1. And step 2, you can see the diagram on the right. We use LLMs to do the maximum cut partition. That is an optimally coherent true or optimally coherent false sets of propositions. It doesn't mean they're 100% correct. It just only means that they're optimally coherent. And so we do this sort of analysis. And since the topic of our panel is political disinformation, I put together the case studies that we identified and completed. And we have a high degree of confidence in this coherence-driven interference approach, how we call it CDI, based on a number of case studies that we have conducted in various domains, such as identifying and explaining disinformation. That's our work that was published in 2024. We also focused our workshop at the International Conference of Machine Learning on disinformation in the Russia-Ukraine war. We looked at the political disinformation.
Sorry, Ludmila, 2 minutes are left.
Oh, wow. So we re-examined the downing of Iran Air 655. As you know, in 1988, the USS Vincennes shot down the Iranian airliner. We looked actually at the memetic warfare this year, and we have a high degree of confidence that we could use LLMs to talk about political disinformation and the role of disinformation in politics. Our key findings: LLMs can outperform humans in a key task. Yes, they do. We also found out that coherence-driven agents can act ethically. You can encode a kind of ethics. It's an end-based ethics or rules-based ethics, and LLM will follow the ethics. The coherence is a versatile cognitive framework. It's not new. It was pioneered by Paul Thagard, a Canadian scientist, in the 90s, and it has been applied in lots of different areas, medicine, etc. And hold on. What we also do with our approach is that we automate and scale this data analysis. So coherence now is artisanal, but we actually automate it, that allows scaling. And as a result, we look at different aspects of cognition, and that's very interesting because the most important thing, we see that it leads to general cognition. So it leads to creating. I would like to mention our new ebook that has been published in Frontiers in Artificial Intelligence. It's called Disinformation Countermeasures and Artificial Intelligence, and I'm the editor. Was very pleased to be the editor of this book. Email me and ask me questions, and I'd be happy to send you links. I included the selected references, bibliography for your review, and please contact me by email. That's my email address, my LinkedIn profile. I would be very happy to partner with you to do another case study, and look forward to working with you hopefully in the future. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ludmila. And next we have Mayran Koklo from the Institute for Migration Research in Zagreb, Croatia. He will be presenting disinformation and political polarization fact-checking examples from the Athena project. Mayran, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Miran Koklo from the Hybrid Warfare Research Institute in Zagreb, Croatia. And in the next couple of minutes, I will present to you the Athena project that is ongoing and led by the Institute, and also give you two examples from the project of disclosing disinformation dealing with or affecting the political polarization in the society. Just a moment.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yes.
The second slide you see now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so the project itself, the Athena project, or the Media Articles Accuracy Analysis, which is the acronym in Croatian, is a part of the measure of the establishment of the system for verifying the accuracy of information or disclosing the disinformation. It is a part of the EU's recovery and resilience mechanism, and within that mechanism, Croatia has its national recovery resilience plan, where this measure is located. It is implemented by Croatian Ministry of Culture and Media in cooperation with the Agency for Electronic Media of Croatia. As I said, the project is led by the Hybrid Warfare Research Institute in Zagreb, Croatia, and our partners are the Association of St. George, also based in Zagreb, the Institute for Anthropological Research, also from Zagreb, and we have media partners, which is Trend TV and Radio 047, also from Croatia. Within the project, we established a new fact-checking organization dealing with defense and security issues, covering a wide range of areas that contribute to these issues or are of key importance for the national and international security and stability of societies and states, and also dealing with military capabilities, intelligence operations, terrorism, counterterrorism, diplomacy, and international relations, also with cyber and information security in general. What we did in terms of the methodology, what is our specificity, is that we combine the tools of artificial intelligence or large language models, so the modern information technologies, with knowledge and skills of our experts from various scientific disciplines within the areas that I just mentioned, which we think is a very good approach because nothing is perfect. And artificial intelligence, because of relatively small time that it's widely present in generally in society, and also within fighting disinformation, is also not perfect. It can be misused also, and it is generally used also to create disinformation. So combining these two methodological pathways, we sort of managed to speed up the whole process and to maintain the accuracy of our analysis and maintain the credibility of the whole process, having experts behind the whole thing. We debunked many topics so far, which were related both to planning of disinformation, ways to change the narratives, the identity narratives achieved during the process of defense and creation of the modern Croatian state, and also on the international level. The other example will show you that we dealt with intelligence operations, trying to change the perception of the current security challenges, and also the EU and NATO response or capability to respond to disinformation or hybrid threats related to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So the first example will be the disinformation or the claim that pointed to the criminal essence of the Catholic Church in Croatia, both during the Second World War and today after the Croatian homeland war in 1990s. So in the Croatian state archives, we did the research, and we found the file of Archbishop Stepinac, which was in the times of the Second World War, the head of the Catholic Church in Croatia. We found numerous documents that prove that Catholic Church in Croatia was not connected with the criminal regimes during the Second World War. Also, we found out that Stepinac himself raised his voice against the planned destruction of Jews and other ethnic groups. and also that he actively participated in saving Jews from prosecution during the Second World War.
Sorry, Miran, 2 minutes left.
Okay, the other example is related to the claims that NATO allegedly promised that to Russia in 1990s that it will not expand towards the east of the European continent, which was frequently mentioned as a narrative. And the claims are that it deceived Russia, that is Soviet Union at the time, and Putin, and gave him the right to be dissatisfied and to start the war against Ukraine, which we found out were untruths and twisting the facts and putting the facts in a completely wrong context, because we found out that there was actually no promise that NATO would not expand to the east of Europe compared to the countries that were then the members of the Warsaw Alliance, so the most of the East and Southeast Europe, and also that NATO made a decision in 1993 that allowed membership to be extended to the countries that emerged from the collapse of the Soviet Union, and therefore had their own right to decide whether they want to join the NATO or not. So, in conclusion to that second claim, we can say that we found out that there was no fraud taking place. What was promised at the time with the Soviet Union and signed with the Soviet Union is still actually valid. And also, these statements can lead readers to wrong conclusions, and they can significantly and negatively affect the internal stability of individual states and also NATO's capability to react or to be resilient at the individual level as well as the alliance in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miran. And now let's move on to Katarina Tesura from the University of Oklahoma in USA. Her presentation is titled Countering Disinformation Efforts During the General Election in Kenya, Identifying Challenges with Fact-Checking Initiatives. Katarina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. And I will start by saying that this is the project that is a part of a larger study that we do together with several colleagues of mine. And today I will talk about the countering disinformation efforts during the general elections in Kenya in 2022. We focus on identifying challenges and fact-checking initiatives. And two of my colleagues who come from sub-Saharan Africa, who are not here today, but nonetheless participated in doing this research, I acknowledged on this slide as well. So we start with the general idea and understanding of the disinformation that is disappropriately affects those who are already vulnerable. And we, of course, know that as of early 2020s, 83% of those who believe fake news negatively impact political discourse in their countries. It's a large, staggering percentage of people. So this particular project really looks at the ways of how UNDP, in particular, United Nations Development Program, engages and gets presence in terms of fact-checking initiatives around the world. And we started with understanding definitions that UNDP has utilized over the years to really describe disinformation and misinformation. Many of you already know that there is a shift that has happened recently toward utilizing the definitions such as information integrity and information pollution. And information pollution is a definition that I think captures nicely the approach that we also utilize in understanding the challenges with fact-checking mechanisms. That is, it's not just a message, but it's really more of a context in which this verifiably false, misleading, and manipulated content really can take place, be created, produced, and disseminated. to potentially cause harm. This definition allows us for the more of a bird's eye view on what exactly is happening in the landscape of fact-checking, and why a lot of times fact-checking mechanisms are not as effective as we would like them to be. So this particular study looks at the exploratory investigation of analysis of fact-checking efforts in Kenya, in sub-Saharan Africa, and our goal was really to understand the mechanisms of processes of fact-checking initiative that was put in place by and with the help of UNDP called iVerify, to identify potential problems of this initiative. Theoretically, we start with the work that I have done over the past several years on combining two concepts. One is the soft power in the environment that comes from the public diplomacy and international relations elements with strategic communication work, and MDs, which is mediated destruction and shared spaces. That's the concept that I utilize to really discuss the ways of how we think about the context in which disinformation, misinformation might take place. The idea behind that, of course, is that the context is created within the help of this soft power that builds an enabling environment to buy into the goodwill of a country that is trying to present itself as a crusader. A lot of times the soft power initiatives and public diplomacy initiatives are working on the discourse arenas to create that message and favorable attitude, attractiveness power. And as a result, within that context, disinformation and misinformation are much easier to place and also to take root. As a result, combining this idea with the mediated destruction in shared spaces, we see how this systematic, rhetorically enabled process takes place. It develops and distributes strategic narratives to maintain the country's visible presence, and also allows for the information that is not true to exist in that environment. That makes fact-checking process implications much more difficult. In the case of sub-Saharan Africa, information pollution is widespread, and there are many different actors who participated, particularly in 2022 pre-election campaigning, in terms of identifying misinformation and disinformation. iVerify was an instrument by UNDP that was introduced and utilized by the Media Council of Kenya, but there were also the usual actors who have been present in the region for some time, PesaCheck, and Africa Check. However, all of these initiatives, even though they're supported by Western donors and various groups, they have little coordination and limited understanding of each other's contributions, which ultimately affects the quality of fact-checking. Just a couple of words on iVerify system. And again, it's a UNDP initiative, and it's a multi-step process that up until recently identified and verified the information utilizing two process model, automated and manual identification. And as a result of this process, the articles that were highlighted at first as suspicious were labeled as true, half-true, unproven, misleading, false, or toxic, and they were posted on the website that was dedicated to fact-checking information in pre-elections. So the process of iVerify worked like this. First, either the potential problematic news media article or the social media post was identified either by the manual tip, so somebody actually said, oh, can you check this please, or by the automated crowd tangle instrument that Meta utilized and worked together with UNDP. As you know, Crown Taggle discontinued in 2024, so that's no longer available. So there's other types of automation that I utilize nowadays for the iVerify processes. But at that time, the processing data was supported with a collaborative space. So once it identified manually or automatically, some group of fact checkers who were trained specifically to verify information would look at this and then decide how to label it, true or untrue. And then the response was posted on the website. For Kenya, it was very...
Katarina,
Yes?
2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, time goes by very
Yes,
fast.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to before I jump into this, I want to say that the Kenya is a very difficult environment because it has very complex media system, very complex social media usage, and very recently it was named the top worldwide country for most time spent on social media. So it's very important to kind of understand how this dynamic environment works in Kenya. I already mentioned that general elections were in 2022. So just very quickly, let me jump into what we were trying to figure out. We were trying to figure out the nature and scope of fact-checking articles on this website of iVerify, and then identify some problems. And we did the thematic analysis. We looked at all 134 cases, articles that were labeled, and then these are some of the results that we came up with. So the first thing that we saw are the general elections, political campaigns, and presidential elections were labeled, and about 75, so about half of those articles that were checked were labeled as false. I think that's the most important thing to understand from this. So about half of the articles were labeled as false when they were constructed. But more interestingly, when we get to the second question, is the examples that we found that really demonstrated the problematization of the fact-checking initiative that iVerify implemented. Specifically, a lot of times the verification of whether the article is true or not came from the source itself that provided it. In one particular case, the case of fertilizer sales in Kenya around 2022, it was the Russian government source, specifically the embassy's press release, that was used to verify the content to dismiss the claim that there is some sort of a tension between the fertilization sales by Russia to Kenya. And in that particular case, we know from the other examples that this was the specific information and content that was favorable to the Russian embassy, and yet the article that appeared to criticize the fertilization holdup of sales of fertilizer to Kenya was really verified as fact-checked because it utilized the press release of the government source. That made me think about the presentation that Raquel did this morning about the fact of how we really utilize the sources of those who might be interested in spreading a certain narrative without really checking other sources of information. And I think that's a good example of how fact-checking initiatives like the iVerify can really fail us into this. So it means that even though there are comprehensive fact-checking tools that are available out there, they still may be slipping through some of the opportunities that come in once the mediated destruction and shared spaces is built around. And then we really need to go beyond fact-checking to understand what is happening there. So I know my time is up. I just want to highlight that iVerify is moving forward despite of all our concerns with that. And they now present in many different countries in Africa, and they've been utilizing the same mechanisms. But the processes of those are still very much in question. So there's a lot of opportunities for future studies. And if somebody is interested, I'd be very happy to continue conversations and make sure to connect with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina, for that excellent presentation. And last but not least, we have Patricia del Castaño Portillo from the University of the Basque Country in Spain, presenting When Lies Become Threats, the Securitization of Disinformation in the European Union. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Hi. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. I'm sorry for presenting the slides in this way, but it's the only one in which I managed to do it.
Okay.
So first of all, I would like to say that this presentation is part of a larger research project within my doctoral thesis, in which I study how disinformation has gradually become part of a security discourse in the European Union, and how this process has affected public policies and also the way in which we understand contemporary threats. Disinformation is a threat not only to democracy, but also to the values and norms that support the liberal international order. In today's digital world, online media and social networks are key channels for spread information, but also disinformation. And this has created a new space where this information and disinformation act as a tool of power among global actors. For this reason, my research is based in two main fields. On one hand, international relations, and also on communication studies. In both of them, digital disinformation has gained importance in recent years in public debates and also in academia. The fact that we are here talking about this is the perfect example. And at the same time, the concept of security has changed. It has moved from focusing mainly on politics and the military to broader dimensions, driven by technological and communicative changes. And this change has generated a debate. Some scholars warned that this idea of security could lose meaning, but others, like constructivists, for example, emphasize the fact that it is a concept that is dynamic and socially constructed. This change has practical effects because labeling something as a threat allows the state to intervene and take actions. So security becomes a political tool to set priorities and to justify exceptional measures. It is the case, for example, of the European Union being able to, ban in the Sputnik or the Russian Today. But from the constructivist point of view, the threats do not exist indefinitely, and they are shaped through social and discursive processes. And it's in this context in which the Copenhagen schools securitization theory that was developed in the late 90s explains how a threat, how an issue becomes a threat, not because it is objectively dangerous, but because certain actors present it in that way. And they use urgent and exceptional language, creating a political realities and justifying extraordinary measures, as I said before, for example, inside the European Union being able to ban certain kind of media. In the securitization process, there are four key elements. First of all is the referent object. What is threatened? So in this case, is democracy or in the liberal values for the European Union. Then the securitizing actor, who is the one that promotes the discourse, the European Union in this case, and also the media. The referent subject, that is the threat itself, so disinformation, and the audience. The audience is an element, is a crucial element who has gained a lot of importance as it gives to the process legitimacy. Once the audience validate the extraordinary measure, it is legitimized. And so we go from something not politicized to something politicized and then securitized by this discourse. However, the securitization theory has received a lot of critics, most of them about how lightly it treats speech acts. So for that reason, in my research, what I did was trying to combine it with the critical discourse analysis. So in these ways, we add more categories that allow us to have a deeper view. In this case, for example, authority, national self-glorification, the negative portrayal of the others, and the us versus them polarization. and how these categories explain how threats are built and justified by the discourse. But when does all this process began? So between 2014 and 2018, as we all know, several major events took place in the European Union. Russia's occupation, the rise of national populisms in the European Union institutions, Syrian refugee crisis. But the real turning point comes when Western states face repeated foreign interface in domestic politics, especially in elections. So some important examples were the US elections in 2016, or the Brexit vote, or the Dutch referendum on the European Union-Ukraine agreement, or the attacks on the French elections.
2 minutes left, Patricia.
Yes, I'm about to finish. So from that moment, the states began to create mechanisms to protect themselves from foreign disinformation campaigns. So if we say that a phenomenon is politicized when it is part of a public policy and requires state decision, it was between 2016 and 2018 when disinformation really went through a clear politicization process. But this year, 2018, is especially significant. Excuse me? Yeah, it's especially significant with the highest number of measures and key actions. And it is true that it's hard to separate between securitization, politicization, and securitization, and it is a process. But I would say that 2018 represents this turning point. And from 2018 on, securitization started, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic and also the Ukrainian war, because that was the moment when exceptional measures were adopted. So these measures, supported by institutional discourses, gained the audience acceptance and pushed this phenomenon towards securitization. And due to the time limits, I cannot go further, but please, if you have any questions or discussion points that can be addressed to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much at all. We have just 10 minutes for questions. Do you have any question? It's time for it. No questions? Yeah, Katarina. Sorry, we can hear you.
Yes, how's now? I have a question for one of the presenters, for Ludmila. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about those cases. I know the time was cut short, but I'm curious about the some of the examples of how you utilize LLM model to identify misinformation, and also if there are any challenges or potential problematics with the utilization of the model that you developed. Thank you.
Yes. So I'll start with the challenges. I think the biggest challenge is that LLMs cannot analyze trilemmas, and it's always binary. Kind of when we do the edges graph where we connect two facts and how related they are to determine the coherence ratio, it's always two of them. So LLMs and AI in general still have a hard time working with trilemmas. Another one is, of course, cultural layers, because information, we know, has lots of layers. And when culture comes into play, when there's emotional intelligence and subtle sort of emotional, what we use are emotional reading between the lines, sort of read the room types of skills that our brain naturally does. We're wired to get information from those types of things. LLMs are known not to be good with that. So we did some cases in political disinformation. That was the analysis of the Oval Office meeting that happened on the 26th of February this year, when President Zelensky visited the US after the new administration came to power in the United States. And there was a heated argument in front of the press, as you know. We used the transcript, the LLM generated transcript from the entire conversation, and analyzed all, build the graphs with the relationships between all the facts and arguments that have been mentioned in on that day, in that meeting. And we got a conclusion that the most logical, the most coherent sense of this entire conversation was that Ukraine, the peace talks without security guarantees for Ukraine does not make any sense and will fail. And behind each word, of course, there's every word is a diplomatic term, right? Behind each word, we need to understand what it's usually meant in the international political context when we say security guarantees, what it means, right? There's relationships between countries, and countries need to commit, and all sorts of, but I would be happy to share my slides. It's a separate presentation. I'd be happy to connect with you, Katerina, and share more specific information about that political disinformation case study. There's also an interesting one with the downing of Iran airliner, where 288 people were shot, killed. And we looked at the transcript, how the military, the US military, made a decision to fire the missile to shoot down the airline, how that decision was made in the operation room when they had literally less than 5 minutes to make a decision and lives were at stake. This analysis was done by a world coherence expert, Paul Thagard, and then we re-examined. So there was a DoD, Department of Defense study, then Paul Thagard did his own manual artisanal sort of analysis using the coherence-driven approach. And then we used LLMs to re-examine that study. And we found 4 differences, and LLMs were correct. So even the world expert in coherence still made some errors, and the AI was able to correct those errors. So we see a lot of potential, and we do look, we would love to connect with partners for new case studies, because it's still relatively new thing. We've been doing it for about maybe just over a year. And if you have any ideas, or if we can somehow connect with your research, and it also, I'm happy to invite everyone else, if you have ideas how you would like to try to use our system, if it could benefit your research, we would be happy to collaborate with you. And I'm happy to connect on LinkedIn or by email and tell you more and share information and things that we have published already that are available in free access.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, Katerina.
Another question from the chat. What legal initiatives do you think are necessary in the European Union to address disinformation in the future? Everyone want to answer this question?
Well, I can talk a little bit about that if you'd like. It does not necessarily relate directly to the research that I presented today, or somehow relates, but in some of our latest research project, we did see when we compared the regulations of EU and the G7 countries on deepfakes, we saw a big gap in terms of the addressing or understanding how to address deepfakes. created by AI in relation to misinformation, particularly when it comes to risks and crisis communication. And again, I know this morning we talked about on the previous panel about the fact that sometimes disinformation or misinformation can be provided for the sole purpose of confusion and chaos creation, maybe redirecting people right in their own ways of where to go in times of crisis. And that opportunity, so to speak, to take advantage of the crisis is very real and very clear. And we have some examples already, just kind of ad hoc examples of how deepfakes created to really disrupt the environment and create more pollution. Latest example of the hurricane that is going over Jamaica with all the deepfake videos created with sharks, being on the coast is an example of that. So I think to me, that's one of the biggest kind of ways of thinking about how legal initiatives can really, all the existing frameworks and policies, in addition to the most comprehensive law on EU AI Act, can really take a step further and address the idea of how, if anyhow, we regulate deepfakes that are specific around the crisis and risk situations.
Okay, thank you. And Patricia, also the question was during your presentation. I don't know if you want to add something else.
Yeah, I'm not an expert at all in legal measures. I'm not a lawyer, but I would say that there, for me at least, two key ways of addressing disinformation. One is education, that but it's a long-term goal and a long-term strategy, and it takes time. And other is to control the big companies and the social networks. I think that's crucial, and also to try to know how their algorithms work. So yeah, laws related with transparency, because they are the main channels in which disinformation spreads. So I think it's crucial to control the social networks.
Thank you. Miran, I can see your hand.
I think Ludmila was before me, so if she wants.
Well, I'll be quick.
Okay,
I'll be quick, Miran.
I
really liked your presentation, Miran, and I look forward to connecting with you to chat on the side. But this discipline of cognitive security, just to be brief, has three pillars. That is public-private partnerships, and that's exactly, Patricia, what you're saying, that through public-private partnership and legislation, we can control or not control, but have some sort of influence over large companies who have data. Data is new gold, right? Building cognitive resilience, this is the education piece, because everything happens in our mind, and we can certainly influence how we think and how we perceive information, how we process information through education. And technology, deepfakes, counter deepfakes, it's a sort of like a double sword, right? It can be used to help counter disinformation and to speed up and make it worse. I sent a link in the chat to our new ebook, Disinformation Countermeasures and Artificial Intelligence, that actually also talks about private-public partnerships. And there's it's a topic collection. So there's an author talking about policy, and that could be related to the question about legislation. So check it out. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, so what I think is the main problem, not only in the legal sense, it can be solved relatively easy, but in the practical sense is the need for the cooperation on the EU level between the states, because we think that the fight against disinformation cannot be taken on a national level, because disinformations are spreading on the international level, between the states, on a regional level. We feel it every day in terms of the Russian propaganda trying to unstabilize the Balkan area and stuff like that. So we think that the most important for the future will be the cooperation between the states, if we are talking about the European Union as such. And also the second thing, as the time was relatively short, I would also like to say that we contributed a book chapter within this conference, so the details of the examples that I shared with you can be found there, and also the contact to reach us.
Thank you very much to all. It has been a big pleasure to conduct this panel with you. And now is the time for the next panel, so enjoy a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mariola. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let's start. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session titled Disinformation and the Media, Fact-Checking in the Fight for Truth. My name is Felipe Núñez. I am a predoctoral researcher at Media Lab at the University Carlos III University in Madrid, and I will be your moderator today. So as you know, we are living in a time where the spread of false information has profound effects on politics, but also in public health, conflicts, and education. So today's panel brings together experts from across Europe to share their research and practical insights into how media literacy, journalists, but also users themselves can contribute to truth and also trust in the digital sphere. So we have 6 fascinating presentations. Of first of all, a friendly reminder that you have 8 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 2 minutes left, okay? So the first speaker is Margarida Raposo Alves from Universidade Fernando Pessoa, Portugal, and she will present To Scroll or to Trust, the new battleground of truth and on social media. So, Margarida, the floor is yours.
Hi, Felipe. Thank you so much. Can you all hear me well? Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. Can you see my presentation? I think I'm presenting right now. So
yeah.
Everything is okay.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. As Felipe said, I'm Margarida Alves. I'm here representing Universidade Fernando Pessoa in Portugal. And I would like to start by thanking you for this magnificent event, and to all my colleagues that are here today with fascinating topics and thematics. And I hope that the information that I bring you here today is the base for some hopefully good discussion at the end. If you have any questions, please let them leave them at the chat that I will obviously respond to all of them, or contact me with this email that is presenting right now. Of course, every day we are bombarded with new information. This is what we are talking about at today's Congress. And the main problem, which is the main problematic in every situation in our life with every type of relationship that we have, is trusting. So on social media especially, we have more and more difficulty to trust what we read and what we see. So fact-checking is obviously crucial in this specific field, which is social media. I would like to interact a little bit with you today. So if you please let your message on the chat telling me on average, how many hours per day do you spend on social media? Because on average, the typical internet user spends about 2 hours and 21 minutes on social media globally. And this doesn't seem a big number, but per week or per month or per year, we spend all of our lives attached to our mobiles. It's just an appendix to our body right now. And I would like to bring some topic that is being said throughout the session today. Raquel has told you all about this earlier today. The post-truth. What about post-truth? Of course, we have misinformation, we have fake news, we have all of that. But specifically on social media, we have a big problematic regarding news. People are reading more and more news on social media. And the main problem about that is that they read the headline and the comments, and most of them don't even open the content of the article. So we have a lot of post-truth phenomenon in here, not just fake news. And I would like to bring a little bit of awareness regarding this, and also a bit about the data that I bring to you today. That is from the Reuters Institute Digital News Report 2025. So the new, the most used platforms to watch news right now is pointed globally as Facebook, 36%. And as we are going to analyze later on this presentation, in Europe, this first platform referred maintains. So this study points that TikTok and Facebook are seen as the main sources of misinformation, and more than half of the respondents worry about distinguishing true versus false information online. And they also point that the main perceived sources of misinformation are online influencers and also national politicians. Regarding Europe, I saw that in this panel specifically, we have I have colleagues here from Germany, from Romania, Portugal as well, and France. And I'm going to bring some thematics here from those specific countries. So if you'd like to add some information or talk to me later about this, I'm 100% open to it. But regarding the four regions of Europe, the Northern Europe, the Western, and the Southern and Eastern Europe, the highest trust is basically on Northern Europe and moderated trust in Western Europe, and Southern and Eastern Europe generally low trust. Portion of users that trust most news most of the time, and this data specifically can be interesting. It will be interesting to do a broader investigation if this could be correlated with some data that I brought also from this year regarding Statista of the social media penetration in Europe, that this could be interesting to analyze. I didn't do that in this specific case, but when I was putting together this presentation, it occurred to me that it would be relevant to see that these numbers would fit in. At the same time, I trust regions pointed out in this study have broader implications, such as transparent journalism, independent regulation, and institutional confidence. So the low trust regions are low for a reason: political interference, of course, and economic fragility in media sectors. But specifically on those markets individually, I pointed here some overall trust and shared news via social media. But you can see that Facebook is here mentioned always on first time for top networks used for news. And I can
2 minutes left, Margarita.
Thank you, Felipe. And Finland is the country with the highest overall trust with 67%. And I can also point out Turkey with the highest rate of news shared via social media with 36%. We can also analyze that when Facebook is not mentioned as the first platform used, YouTube is generally most of the time in Europe mentioned as in second place. To conclude this, as Katerina and Ludmila and so many others were speaking about, how can we solve this? How can we contribute to do a efficient fact check? We can. I brought some research on solutions for this specific thematic, and if you are interested in analyzing this in more profound ways, you can read what I wrote in contribution to the book chapter. And of course, I am 100% available for any questions later. But in here, basically, I propounded some studies that can answer this: to scroll or to trust, because evidence suggests that the dilemma between scrolling or trusting cannot be resolved by choosing one over the other. But of course, to trust online information blindly these days is unsustainable. So instead, it calls for a redefinition of what trust means in digital environment, of course, and a deep invest in news literacy. And I leave you here with the sources. And I would like to thank you all so much for your stories, your what you have shared here today, and looking forward to connect.
Thank you so much, Margarita, for the time also. The next presentation is Loredan Bertisan-Pop from Babes Bolyai University, Romania. And she will present Designing Effective Media Literacy Modules in Science from a pilot course for over 50 Romanian high school students. So, Loredan, go for it.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm so glad that my colleague ended the presentation with news literacy. So I think it's a great fit. Thank you for that. Basically, my presentation, it's about designing effective media literacy models from a pilot course that we did in Romania for 50 high school students. My professional background is project manager for Center for Independent Journalism, but also independent consultant in media-related policies and international level. But I felt that, okay, it's very good that I'm doing this, but in my country, people don't really have media literacy. So how can we test actually their capacity of understanding of what media produces? So I went back to my hometown, and I please ask you to do so. Return to your hometown and bring back the experience. And I tried to teach one media literacy module to 50 high school students, and to better see how are the best practices in this area. Basically, I had three main questions. What are the main criteria that media literacy module must pick for the information to be understood by teenagers? Because, you know, it's a lot of technical issues. What are the aspects that make up the media literacy material that arouse the most interest from the teenagers? Because it's important to talk to their language. And how long should the media literacy module be so that the learning objectives are really, really met? I had 12 activities, 12 different weeks, one activity per week. We started from, these insights to know them better, to understand what they consume, to understand what influencers they follow, because it's important. We connected afterwards with the worldview. What does the media mean? How they have opinions and why. After that, I talked about what the press is, what is different in the media from a blog, why is different from an influencer, the essential elements of a trustworthy article, and so on. We moved on to the importance and the role of the media in a democratic state, because here in the northeastern side of Romania, we have a lot of issues with understanding democracy and understanding the European path of our country, as you may know from our last elections, and also why it's important to have freedom of speech. Also, I talked about the difference between facts and opinions. We moved to what is actually fake news, what's the difference between wrong information, malicious information, information that misinforms, for 2 different weeks, because it was a lot of knowledge to be taught. In the 8th activity, how to pay attention online, and we did a review of the past activities for them to better understand. We moved to what does clickbait mean, how the content goes viral, and we had a guest speaker for photo manipulation and video manipulation. He talked a bit also about AI manipulation, but it was only the beginning. We tested this in 2023, so it wasn't such a big deal then. Today, I think it's more important to go deeper in this. And after that, the final activities were about what they understood and how we can clarify this for them so they can go and teach others what they learned. Well, what was good and what was bad, basically. It's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to, waste my minutes. So you will be able to find out more from the article that I wrote. But 5 key main points of this finding that I had after implementing the module. First of all, media literacy activities work best with concrete examples from the world around them. There are a lot of media literacy activities that have these hypothetical examples about hypothetical persons that act online or whatever. This didn't arouse any interest. When we moved to actual pieces of news from our media with people that they know, that they follow, they started to understand better what the heck media literacy means and how they are disinformated if they are. The second one, the students showed a lot of more interest in the modules related to how to spot an image manipulation. So all the things that we did at the beginning with democracy and so on, it was good for them. I'm happy that we did it, but they are really, really interested to understand this. I don't mean by this, okay, we don't do all the other steps because there were important steps, but it's interesting to see how their minds are shaped. While talking about news consumption, social media, and this kind of manipulation, they had a lot of questions about legal issues. So I think this is an important topic to research in the following years because it was really important to them, and I saw very little examples of legal literacy modules that tackle this. We did a bit of constitution and other laws from Romania that are related to freedom of speech, for instance, but they clearly needed more than that because all the questions were about that. The fourth one, it's very, very important when designing this kind of modules to allow a great amount of time for questions. I know that we have this idea that they have a lot of anxiety, they don't ask, they just stay there and listen. In Romania, it's all about this when talking about education, but actually, to these modules, they had a lot of questions, and I planned for 15 minutes at the end of the Q&A, and it wasn't enough. And the last one, although any type of exposure to this documented information about media literacy modules helps a lot, one time only media literacy meetings that really happened a lot on our landscape and our education landscapes are not as effective as the longer process because it takes a lot of time for them to understand, to better tackle the issues, to come
2 minutes left, Loredan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To come up with different topics to talk about. At some point, they brought their own examples to discuss, and it was very nice to hear. I took it as a nice feedback to the module because they started to have critical thinking while consuming information. In the end, I just want to point out my opinion after implementing this. From my point of view, media literacy in Romania must be a national curriculum, but done by major organizations in the media field. Now we have media literacy done by a lot of NGOs, smaller or bigger ones, without any proper scheduling, proper curriculum, and so on. So I think we should implement it in schools with a curriculum made by experts from media field, journalists, legal experts, psychologists, and so on, and researchers, of course, in a way to become like a mandatory school program, because we saw in the past elections and the repeated presidential elections, because we are very famous for that after the last year, how important it is for them to better understand what they received in online, and especially on TikTok. That in 2023, when I tested this, it wasn't so popular, but now it's all about that for them. So yeah, thank you very much. Please send me your questions if you have some. I'm happy to discuss more, and the article you will be able to see a lot more about how these modules worked and proper examples of what we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loredan, and thank you so much for just the timing. So we move from Romania to Germany. The next speaker is Martin Nielsen. It's a communication consultant, an author, or a speaker also, and he will present how right-wing media sabotage a judge's appointment, the Brosius-Gerdov disinformation campaign. So, Martin, go for it. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My sound is good?
Yeah. Very
awesome. Well. Then let me quickly share my screen too. Oops. And I will start with my presentation. 1 second. Here we go. And do you see the preview or the presentation? Sorry.
We are seeing the presentation.
Perfect. Okay, great. Then let me start from the very beginning, and here we go. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. My name is Martin Nielsen, live from Berlin. I am a columnist and speaker for awareness about disinformation. In this case, happened just a few months ago in Germany. Namely, in July 2025, Germany witnessed something unprecedented, the derailment of a federal constitutional court appointment through a coordinated disinformation campaign. Frauke Brosius-Gersdorf is the name of the judge. She was a respected law professor. She still works as one. Was nominated through a normal cross-party consensus by the Union Christ Democrats and the Social Democrats, which are building the government in Germany right now. But within days, false narratives about abortion, child protection, and plagiarism have spread across social media and partisan outlets and new media outlets. And within a few weeks, the Bundestag, which you see here on the picture, was basically forced to postpone. Frauke Brosius-Gersdorf ultimately withdrew her candidacy, and the cornerstone of the democratic trust in Germany has been shaken, namely the trust in the Constitutional Court. This was all based in some media headlines. Don't worry, nobody has to learn German to understand this. But here you can see, for example, here the name Frauke Brosius-Gersdorf sounds a bit difficult, but that's the name of this law professor. My presentation quickly asks, how could a routine judicial appointment can be undone by a viral narrative? And of course, this is way more difficult than a few minutes can explain, but let's try anyway. So you see the Federal Constitutional Court here. It's often called the guardian of the German Constitution, and its judges are usually elected with 2/3 of the majority of the Bundestag and the Bundesrat. So we have the separation of power in Germany, and this goes together, ensuring that there's consensus and independence also based on the history that Germany has. Usually such appointments attract little media attention. Past nominees barely made headlines, but when this nomination made headlines, Frauke Brosius-Gersdorf, which is here, had completely changed everything. Before her nomination, she was a respected law professor, as I mentioned, known for her expertise in constitutional, labor, and social law. But she also earned recognition as an expert in human rights issues in Germany. And she argued that the human dignity under the basic law applies from birth, while the embryo remains protected by other constitutional principles. So for everybody who didn't study law, this might be a bit difficult, but she had a very supported and respected stance on this. And the reasoning sought to align Germany's abortion law with existing constitutional doctrine, but it was later misrepresented by political actors as advocacy for abortion until birth, a claim that entirely detached from her actual position. Here, the Spiegel, a German newspaper, has illustrated the search volume, and I highlight some points for you because it all started on July 1st, after the nomination has been announced, when right-wing media such as Apollo News, far-right even, questioned Brosius-Gersdorf academic integrity and political neutrality. Within hours, other alternative media such as news, right-wing media in Germany, has picked up the story and amplified it. AfD, which is the right-wing party here in Germany, also suspected to be extremist in many cases, falsely claimed that Brosius Gersdorf supported abortions up till the 9th month. That framing was crucial because it triggered the child protection moral panic that mobilizes outrage across these ideological lines. You see here that this also happened within Twitter. The next example is that within a week, other medias have jumped and repeated and multiplicated this story. And the AfD, the right-wing party, even urged its followers and voters to pressure the Christian Democrats on social media, even creating a mail generator, flooding their inboxes with over 38,000 identical protest mails. Inside the CDU, cracks appeared. The unity was not longer given, and some members calling Brosius Gersdorf unelectable after this happened, while others quietly distanced themselves in silence. By mid-July, so only 2 weeks later, reports suggested that 50 to 60 politicians were already defying the party line. And facing certain defeat, the vote was ultimately postponed, officially criticizing plagiarism allegations that just emerged less than 24 hours before. For this, you have to know plagiarism in Germany is still one of the main issues for politicians and their reputations. The person who has raised these plagiarism accused the Christian Democrats later of cowardice for misusing his remarks because he was not intending to do so. On the 7th of August, Brosius Gersdorf ultimately withdrew her candidacy, and in her statement, she blamed disinformation and defamation and warned that such attacks can endanger our constitutional institutions themselves.
2 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Felipe. So we see here, this was not a spontaneous action. This was coordinated. It had structure. We had false moral triggers. We had technical pretexts, such as the plagiarism itself. Coordinated amplification. You see the mail generator and everything. And Polisphere has visualized the search volume here. And we see that within days, tens of thousands of posts on X have been published, a classical information laundering loop. The question is, okay, what's the result of this? Shortly, institutional paralysis. We have the erosion of consensus mechanisms. So even a minor dissent can destroy the legitimacy of voting of an acting government. Decision-making under disinformation has been immensely under pressure, and core institutions have lost their ability to be trusted in, while the trust itself erodes. Last but not least, Frauke Brosius Gersdorf gave a brave and open interview on the 15th of July with a last attempt to convince people to stand behind her. And she said herself that this jeopardizes the culture of debate. It's extremely dangerous for the German democracy. And as long as the media are basis for our democracy here in Germany, we have to start to worry and protect it with the debate that we are having. This was far shorter than the actual debate was. Allow me to just break this down for you. If there are any further questions from your side, I'm happy to answer them, and I'm happy to go into a deeper exchange what actually happened here with many mechanisms in place. Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Martin. The next one is Clairby Le Collin from Université Sorbonne Paris Nord, France, and she will present war reporters and disinformation, professional practice, security risk, and strategic responses in conflict zones. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It's okay? Le son?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the sound is well.
Okay. Thank you very much for the Congress, Felipe, and Ojonimi for your help. So I'm going to talk about war reporters facing disinformation. working in a war zone. Working in a war zone is no longer just a matter of observing and reporting the facts. It now involves briefing, securing, translating, and interpreting information in an environment marked by disinformation, manipulation. This change can be explained in particular by the proliferation of actors in the information wars, the viral circulation of images, the new opportunities offered by technologies, for example, deepfakes, and the fragmentation of source. In addition, the internationalization of content have given rise to new threats, including online harassment and cyber attacks. In order to prepare under the best conditions, reporters follow three main steps: advanced preparation, confrontation in the field, and post-mission return and processing. This context requires reporters to rethink their practice and adopt strategies, which is contributing to the reconfiguration of the reporting profession. So we will ask the following question: how do war reporters adapt before, during, and after their assignment to this dangerous environment characterized by disinformation, physical and digital risk, and the linguistics challenge of translation in order to report reliable information? So no time for methodology. I'm going to speak about before the field. In the context of armed conflict, reporters no longer limit themselves to documenting the facts. They must operate in a profoundly transformed information environment described as an information war. In addition, in addition to government manipulation, the complexity of multiple source has given rise to the phenomenon of fake news, the development of deep fakes and troll networks, which contribute to fueling misinformation and mistrust among readers and other governments. Covering the news in conflict zones expose journalists to extreme risk. The safety of reporters has become a major concern for international organizations, for example, Reporters Sans Frontières, or a committee to protect journalists. The protection of reporters relies on a combination of measures, including individual preparation, collective measures, and institutional support. It depends on personal reflexes, but the role of media organizations and companies, including training, equipment, psychological and legal support, remains essential. In recent years, safety training courses have become very important for reporters. The most comprehensive training course, costs €4,000. The particularly high cost of this training is a major obstacle for freelancers. Given the prohibitive cost of this training course, RSF and other NGOs have set up support and assistance mechanism for freelance journalists and those working for small organizations. These programs help journalists to adopt vigilant behavior and develop a digital or physical strategy, for example, password management, or for physical dangers like mine detection, and to take care of their psychological safety. For example, there is problem with stress, harassment. So now I'm going to speak about before the field. Access to the field for reporters from outside the country is facilitated by local partners. The name is fixers and interpreters, drivers. However, finding a local partner is a complicated task. It's also important to be able to work with your guide in a complete confidence in a country where you do not speak the language and you're not familiar with the culture, you need to be able to rely on a trusted ally. Their role is indispensable, yet their local roots and political affiliation can influence the way they work and translate, raising questions about the direction of the narrative and consequently the risk of misinformation. Abduction and murders affect both men and women equally, and the motives of the abductors can vary for ransom, for example, or other more political reasons. Indeed, there may be a desire to intimidate and exert pressure on the part of governments or terrorist groups to instill fear, control information, and manipulate public opinion. These acts are intended to silence the media. Violence becomes a tool for media manipulation.
2 minutes left.
Okay. These kidnappings are often accompanied by the stigmatization of journalists who are accused of being spies or enemies of the nations. So we're going to, to talk about after the field work. When the reporter returns from the field, a new stage begins. It involves not only writing a text, but also verifying information, making ethical judgments, and deciding how to disseminate the information. Furthermore, journalist code of ethics emphasizes the use of reliable sources, transparency, and a clear distinction between facts and opinion. In the final selection phase, additional challenges arise: which language version should be used, which cultural context, etc. The editorial tool must therefore include safeguards like anonymization of vulnerable source. Exposure to traumatic images, insecurity, isolation, and fear has a profound effect on reporters, and returning to normal life can be a shock and have psychological consequences. It's not just a matter of taking a break, but of providing professional support. It's also a question of recognizing and dismantling a culture that has long valued indifference to mental health issues. To conclude our article on the practices and strategies of war reporters, in the face of disinformation, highlight the complexity of a profession that operates at the crossroads of ethics, danger, and journalistic responsibility. And I'm going to stop now to respect the time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cleby. The next one is Flavia Ferreira Santos from eConnect Lab, UNESCO, Portugal. She will present children learning about the climate crisis and disinformation, a forest school case study. So the floor is yours, Flavia.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, perfect. I am going to share my screen right now. With me. Okay. Right. Now I think there's something. Let's stop sharing again. Just a second. Bear with me. There we go again. Yes. All right. So.
Perfect now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here today. I'm going to present a case study that is part of a ongoing project with children in a forest school. For those who don't know what forest school is a nature education settings, child-led. So pretty much like it's taking place in park, woodlands, and this project initially started in Ireland, where the forest school is located, and recently has began to expand to Portugal and soon also to the United States in collaboration with UNESCO in iConnect Lab. So pretty much this project is related to the current academic discussions around childhood and education, focuses on how children are growing up increasingly in a digital environment, surrounded by screens, devices, and now artificial intelligence. In this context, forest schools have re-emerged as a pedagogical approach that helps balance this digital shift in childhood we've seen today by reconnecting children with nature and experimental learning. At the same time, many studies have shown that children who participate in forest school programs tend to develop a strong environmental awareness and a more positive attitude toward nature. However, many studies still don't have a broader perspective about environment issues, particularly the climate crisis. This observation became the starting point of our study. So, to explore how forest schools can engage children in conversations about climate change and help them critically understand environmental media messages and ultimately disinformation. So, in this way, this project is about connect environment issues with the media literacy, reading media message. Now, let's just push this slide here. All right. The name of the project is Ecomedia Kids. Ecomedia Kids, as I said, is a project to blend and bridge media literacy and environmental literacy. Our target group is a very young children's, primary school children's, 5 and 10 years old, taking place in the forest school, as I said, and promote critical thinking, climate change conversations, and ecological crisis awareness. In terms of literature, the existing research shows that forest school promote well-being and connect children to nature, especially in this digital age, balancing screen time, devices, and the outdoor space with indoor play that has been shift in the last years. Now, what we little know is about how children in these settings engage on climate change conversations, because pretty much the forest school is related to the space where the children are there to learn about the forest, the nature, the environment. But many studies didn't point how children can have a awareness about climate change conversations that goes beyond the forest school settings. And eventually, how those children can relate environment issues with media disinformation and disinformation. So the project is pretty much focused on that, and we saying that reading and analyzing media message offers a value way to teach children to critically understand complex environment challenge with the forest skill contest. Based on that, our research question for this project, 3 pillars. So first, how can forest school environments be used to integrate media literacy and environment awareness in children aged 5 to 10? In what ways does engage with environment message and disinformation influence children's critical thinking about the climate crisis with forest school settings? And finally, how do climate crisis conversations combined with the media analysis in forest school affect children's understanding of environment issues and their role as young citizens? In terms of methodology, we use a inquiry-based learning and media literacy inquiry-based as well. Interpreting environmental media messages, we collect a select media from newspapers, from magazines, and we open a discussions about many messages that we found on those medias, specifically newspapers, where the focus include climate denial, disinformation tactics, greenwashing. So the sessions last 30 minutes after the 4 skill sessions. And the purpose was encourage students to question, reflect, and share opinions on media and environment issues. Now, let me do that. So here an example how we did that. Because we are working with children that are so young and to understand some issues in terms of climate change, and specifically to understand the headlines that eventually is on the many media message and media newspapers. We have to adapt the headlines and focus more on showing pictures of what we want to then to understand about the climate crisis,
2 minutes left.
issues. All right. So, and for example, we have those pictures together with the headlines and asking questions, for example, what do you see in the river? So what might happen to the animal and people? So those questions help the children to critically thinking about what's going on in the planet outside of our forest view. So in terms of observation and impact, children initially accept the headlines when we show them the messages and the headlines from newspapers, but then they start to critically analyzing because they start to thinking about, okay, there is something going on our planet, but we don't discuss in the forest skill sessions. And in terms of final reflections, the children that participate in this project develop a media awareness, environment empathy, and critical inquiry and thinking skills in terms of media message, environment, climate crisis, and all those debates that normally are not taking place on the forest skill settings. So this is a project, this is in a pilot phase, and we have been now expanding for more students to participate in for other locations as well. But mainly the scope of the project is to connect and bridge environmental literacy with the media literacy, reflecting on the media message that children will encounter in a daily basis, either in TV or newspapers or the internet when they connect, because we consider the media as the first source of information they will thinking about when they have these conversations about climate crisis and environmental issues. So pretty much like it is our project. If you have any question, we can just put the questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flavia. And last but not least, we have a presentation. It will be presented by Gilles Brachot from Université Bourgogne, Europe, France, and he will present users' perception of information manipulation by bots on X, Twitter, the case of the COVID-19 health crisis. So, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. Can you hear us?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isn't and it's my colleague, Sarah Tewan. We are members of research project Benzebot at Université Bourgogne, Europe. And the main goal of the research project is to create the first French system able to detect and analyze how the bot network manipulates information in the French-speaking sphere. And today we are going to present a study entitled User Perception of Information Manipulation by Potentially Automated Accounts on X, the case of COVID-19 health crisis. We are 5 working on this scientific communication, but today the 2 of us will be presenting the result.
This study takes place in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which reshaped human interaction and digital habits on social media platforms. Such platforms become crucial tools for information dissemination and for disinformation, often amplified by automated accounts such as social bots, which created echo chambers and increased the amount of information vehiculated within this echo chamber, leading to an infodemic. Thus, the research question are there are these three main questions to our topic. What linguistic strategies are employed by potentially automated accounts? How do users perceive these linguistic features? And what criteria do users rely on to judge whether a message is bot-generated or human-generated?
And now let's move on to the research methodology. So our study is inspired by Turing test. Our approach begins with the identification of potentially automated accounts based on methods from information and communication sciences. In the second stage, we analyze the linguistic strategy employed by this account using natural language process techniques. And finally, we evaluate user perceptions of these features through a sociological lens. For this purpose, we relied on a dataset from the Benzebot project, which includes more than 55 million French language tweets related to COVID-19 collected between December 1st, 2020 and October 13, 2021. And for this subcorpus, we analyzed the linguistic strategy. Tweets showing the feature were then selected to explore how users perceive them through a 28-question survey. And now let's take a look at our main findings. The first step of our filtering process was to identify potentially automated accounts using a quantitative approach based on three main criteria. The first one, username with the word bot or clone. The second criterion focused on posting regularity. We take four types of activities: tweet, retweet, reply, and quote. And we selected accounts that show identical minimum and maximum posting interval for at least one of these four types of activity. And the third criterion was reaction speed, measured by the maximum time between two posts. We distinguished two groups: ultra-fast accounts with a delay of less than 2 seconds, and frequently fast account with a delay between 2 and 6 seconds. And for this criterion too, we looked at four types of activity. And the goal was not to find all automated accounts, but to create a subcorpus with a high automation potential for our linguistic analysis and questionnaire. So that's why we keep only 18 potential automated. We keep only accounts meeting at least two of the three criteria. And by the end of this stage, we identified 18 potential automated accounts.
We then proceed to a second filtering phase, relying on the automatic identification and extraction of morphosyntactic patterns, which means scripted sequences among our accounts and the post of our accounts, as you may see in figure 1, which are signs of automation. To identify them, we manually tagged a bunch of sentences as training data for prompt engineering in few shots. Thus, we were able to reduce the subcorpora from 80 suspicious accounts into 9 strongly suspicious accounts. We then proceed to a linguistic overview of this of the 9 accounts, starting from the lexicon, in which we noticed 2 types of vocabulary, COVID-19 related, and institutional terms. We also noticed among them the presence of paratextual elements such as emojis and pragmatic elements such as hashtags. Emojis are used to organize and clarify the content, while hashtags are used in a creative way and catchy way as slogan, as you might see in institutional campaign. We also detect 3 other techniques: the use of imperative form, sometimes mostly used as a call to action to get the vax, and declarative form, which provide factual information and increase credibility and reliability of the contents, and also less frequently the use of temporal marker to anchor the act of language as a planification process and to amplify even more the credibility of the content. All the strategies have been identified within 5 tweets, used solely or sometimes combined, and we choose them to be part of the survey.
Now let's move on to the sociological analysis of the results. We distributed our questionnaire online from September 2, 2025 to October 6, 2025, and a total of 106 responses were collected. On the screen, you can see 5 tweets with the perception result. And since we don't have time to go through all 5 tweets in detail today, so we will focus on the keys finding.
Two minutes left, okay?
Thank you, Felipe. So overall, when asked about the origin of the tweet, almost half of the responses identified them as written by humans. This suggests a quite low level of awareness or vigilance about potentially automated messages. We have observed a paradox. 90% of respondents report having already heard about automated messages, while 92% say they have already questioned the authenticity of the messages on social media. This paradox highlights a gap between declared awareness and actual perception, paving the way for further research on internet user level of knowledge about both. And finally, the participants do not recognize most of the linguistic strategy used by this account. So what criteria did they rely on to distinguish between bot and human? Their judgment were mainly based on form over content. They mentioned features such as emoji, hashtag, the presence, the absence of spelling mistake, and some justification refer to the account's intention and the truthfulness of the information, but such comments remain marginal.
To conclude, accounts showing sign of automation employ linguistic strategy that imitate human language and manage to deceive internet users in nearly half of the cases. However, these results need to be confirmed by further research due to a certain limitation. First, the corpus size that need to be increased to stabilize the strategy used and extract more strategies and a more diversity of accounts. And second, the survey is lasting around 10 minutes, which limit the participants' perception to visual and emotional encoding only, which means that complementary interview allowing for more in-depth observation of tweets could be conducted in the future to refine these findings. And also, the sample remained limited because there was only 106 participants, with young respondents being the majority. But overall, these findings highlight the need to rethink interaction in digital environments where the boundary between human and automated content increasingly affect trust and credibility.
Thank you so much, and thank you all the speakers for staying time. And for this reason, now we have time for some questions. One is directly for Margarita. Can education really prepare citizens to see through statistical manipulation, or is misinformation too powerful to classroom listeners to counter?
Thank you, Felipe. It's an amazing question. Thank you, Carlos Santos, for the question. Of course, as I was saying in my presentation specifically, misinformation thrives when and where people are overstimulated or feel that trust no longer matters. And that's why I brought the specific topic of trust, especially on what we read on social media. In news outlets on social media. And I think that education does not guarantee that we will never be deceived, but I think that it straightens our rational autonomy. It makes us less dependent and more capable of judging for ourselves. And I think that if Flavia would like to add something up to this, because of course she was talking about the educational purpose of all this, I think it would be a great addition to my response.
Okay. Maybe Flavia can add something later. During the Loredan presentation, someone asked if does disinformation or misinformation pose more danger in the West than in the South? So
I think that
maybe.
was for me as well.
Really?
Yeah, because I was talking specifically, I was presenting a graphic regarding the portion of users that trust most news most of the time, and I presented the differences between Northern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, and West and Eastern Europe.
Okay,
And
sorry. So you can ask, you can
so
respond
I
also.
can, but if any of the others would like to add something up, firstly,
No,
I would like
go for it.
to put at the chat group in here an article that I think that it's interesting and that could respond to that question. But it depends on what danger represents. It's a matter of perspective, because what I presented is that in Western Europe, users trust more in the news that they read online than the southern consumers of online news. They trust less. So if they trust less, it could mean a higher level of cynicism regarding what they read. And that can be good. But at the same time, if you trust a lot of what you read, it can mean that you trust a lot and you shouldn't, or you wouldn't, or you trust because there is a high level of trust in that region because the sources are good, the information is good. So it's a little tricky, this question about if it poses more danger or not, because disinformation, misinformation is dangerous, whatever it might be, or the portion that it might represent. But I think that it has a lot more layers than this. But yes, in levels of trust, trust is higher in Western Europe than in Southern Europe, where the trust is lower. In Western Europe is moderated, is not as high as Northern Europe. But yes, that's my answer, and I'll leave you here. I can also post it at the chat group in YouTube. An article that is a really good study about mistake or manipulation of conceptualization among new news consumers in 10 European countries. So I think it's a great read.
Thank you, Margarita. So if someone else want to add something to this question, or maybe have another question to the other speakers.
No, I would just like to say that I enjoyed each and every one of the presentations, and would like to congratulate the panel and thank you to Felipe for being such a good moderator and so strict with the times to put it all together for the next panel to be on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margarita. There is another questions on YouTube. What should the mainstream media do when it's crystal clear a president or prime minister is engaged in fomenting disinformation and hate ultras? So it's not directly for anyone, but if someone want to answer or to say something about that.
Where is the question, Philippe? I cannot see.
I read it on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I think it's not in my chat. Can you say it again if I can answer that?
It's what should the mainstream media do when it's crystal clear that a president or prime minister is engaged in fomenting disinformation and hate ultras? That is, a prime minister is involved in this.
I think this should be answered by some political expertise in the panel. That's not my case.
Yeah, okay. So if someone have another question, or maybe we can go directly for. Okay, Martin have.
Oh yeah, I don't claim to have the one single truth to this question, but maybe a perspective on this, because this happens in at least German talk shows a lot, that invited politicians, for example, in this case we can use the Prime Minister as the named example, spreads false information or radical shortened information that would lead to a false framing. And what we see is a criticism in how the TV hosts are doing this and how they should implement fact-checking once the show has been aired. But there are indeed no consequences from the media if a politician is repeatedly lying. They are disproved, but they are kept being invited. They still come to the talk shows and make their points, even though afterwards people can prove their points wrong. And I would argue that the media has to be more hands-on and more persistent when it comes to disagreeing on fact basis and not on opinion basis. So in TV shows, for example, we need to have journalists and hosts who are more briefed to disagree with the politicians' points, with the talking points, and maybe even risk that they will not come back for a while because their ego is hurt. And after a big talk show, at least in Germany, normally there is a review of the show within the bright media after. And there it says, like, okay, here the politician has spoken nonsense or not. For me, this is crucial in order to get an idea on, okay, how is this happening and how are the facts portrayed actually play back and mirror in our reality and in the data and in sciences, because it's a big thing to do for the hosts in such shows, because they cannot have all the answers, but they need to be better prepared for sensitive topics, such in Germany, the money that unemployed people get here, or the housing crisis, or the migration policies. So these are topics where the same narratives reappear that are often false, and we need journalists to be strong and to be bold to be against that. And we need a society to demand this from journalists as well, so politicians understand that they have responsibility. Sorry, long take, but I hope it answers a little bit the question.
Thank you so much, Martin. Someone has another question? Or want to say something more about the... Okay, so I think that we can conclude here this panel. Remember that now we have a virtual coffee break, and you can use this time also for rest, but also for see the recorded presentation on YouTube channel. So thank you very much for this nice presentation, and let's meet here at 6, okay?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Felipe. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. Good evening. Nice to have you all here. Am I echoing? Does it sound well?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Yes. Nice to have you all here. My name is joining me, Alfred, and welcome to the last session for today. Yeah, it will be an interesting session, and the session is titled Fighting Fakes, the Power and Limits of Fact Checking. And I will be moderating this evening, and we have 6 presenters for this session. Okay, I heard this. There's an echo. Okay. Is it better?
Talk a little bit.
Is it better now?
No, there's an echo. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Is it okay?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, nice to meet everyone, and you're welcome to this session. Yes, so we'll just dive right in. The session is titled Fighting Fakes, the Power and Limits of Fact-Checking. I'm Johnny Alfred, like I mentioned earlier, and I'm a predoctoral researcher at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid here. And I work with the Media Lab team. And we'll go straight in with the first presenter, because we've been talking about fact-checking all day, because since morning, the first session in the morning, we dealt with fact-checking, the session chaired by Jorge, and we'll continue with fact-checking, the power and limits of fact-checking. So we'll start with the first presentation, and just so you remember, each presenter has up to 8 minutes to make his or her presentation. And when you're left with 2 minutes, I'll have to mention it to you that I have 2 minutes more so that we don't overshoot our time. And I really wish you a wonderful time and an enriching experience this evening. So I'll just start with the first presenter. Her name is Anna Gawel. She's from the Jagiellonian University, Poland. And
Yes.
she'll be presenting the gossiping machine, ethical tensions in AI-assisted verification systems as information ecosystem actors. Nice to meet you, Anna. The floor
Hello,
is yours.
everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I will share my screen now. Okay. So yes, hello everyone, and today I will present the material regarding the gossiping machine phenomena about ethical tensions in AI-assisted verification system in information ecosystem actors. So as I begin, I want to situate this talk within a simple but pressing question. So what happens when artificial intelligence become one of the main arbiters of truth in our digital society? So as we know, as AI increasingly mediates how information is produced, circulated, and verified, also helping with ensuring the integrity of that information, we now currently rely on AI-driven systems in newsrooms, on social media platforms, and even in civic decision-making processes. But with this reliance come deep ethical questions like how do we verify the verifiers? How do we ensure that the machines checking our truths do not reproduce our biases or distortions? So in this presentation, I argue for what I call an ecological ethics framework to guide AI verification systems. So that's kind of approach that looks beyond isolated technologies and considers the whole information ecosystem. So my thesis is that AI verification is not only a technical challenge, but also socio-ethical one. So let's jump straight into the lens of my approach. So AI verification is part of a broader information ecosystem, not an isolated process. It contains people, practices, tech, and values. And the ecological analogy highlights independence among AI systems, human institutions, and norms. So we all coexist now in the current digital ecosystem together. And also we have many issues with that. And one is connected strictly to the ethics. Like ethics now is relational and contextual, not just a fixed checklist. Like now we are checking the systems, and we have a list of the points which need to be checked. If the system has reached all of them, then we call that it's kind of ethical. And I argue with that because we need to be more contextual, as each verification both shapes and is shaped by the environment, by the journalist, by audiences, but our users, also the systems. As we provide the information to the systems, the AI also learns from our experiences and evolves into new levels of understanding what to do and how proceed with our prompts when we are using it. So in newsrooms, AI fact checkers mostly reshape workflows, influence trust, and affect media framings. And this approach that I present here, this ecosystemic values balance, diversity, and adaptation among stakeholders, as instead of only asking is the AI fair or explainable, should we ask fair from whom, in which capacity, right? So I find the metaphor that I introduced in the title, the gossiping machine, the best to capture how AI verification actually operates. Like, we can imagine a community where gossip spreads, people exchange bits of information, they cross-check stories, and everyone gradually reach a consensus about what's true and false. It's a messy, iterative process, and sometimes distortions slip through, right? So the gossiping machine metaphor illustrates how AI verification functions in practice. Like gossip in the community, information circulates, is cross-checked, and forms a shared sense of truth, imperfect sometimes. So within the AI systems, data sources, algorithms, and human editors gossip by exchanging the credibility signals and adjusting to the feedback that we are getting from the system as an answer. So we can argue with that, like we can see the system may have two roles, like it can maybe a predator, but also the pollinator, right? So as we set that kind of approach, we can say that verification is decentralized and iterative. So truth arises from many small interactions, like in this gossip comparison. And like a gossip, systems can amplify falsehoods it left without oversight. So that underscores that AI verification is communal, dynamic process of sense making, not like fixed or binary act, right? So let's look now about the gossip gone awry. So my study used comparative case approach across journalism, social media, and civic technology, because I wanted to know if we can check if my theory is true in the practice. So I combined qualitative methods like interviews, ethnography with technical analysis of AI systems, and I examined both algorithmic function and human experiences of interacting with them. And this mixed method design revealed systematic patterns and context-specific changes that my participants had overcome. And the study focused on ethics as a lived practice, not abstract theory. So my aim was to observe AI verification in the wild, how people adapt, resist, or reinterpret AI roles in real context.
2 minutes more.
Oh, what?
2 minutes more.
Okay, so in case one, in the newsroom, journalists use an AI system for real-time fact-checking and improved speed and accuracy, but they had problem with trust and sometimes oversight the very important bits of information. So they question whether to trust the AI or verify its verification. So the second case presented on the social media, they used fact-checkers bots to scan a label post in the real time. And probably emerged as users felt censored and didn't understand why some of the posts were flagged, leading to accusation on bias. So that led to the problem of transparency and nuance. So AI moderation in that case must be explainable, also collaborative. And the last one case in my study, it was the Corona bot. It was a Vienna tool reshaped for coronavirus time, and that tool was checking by the cross-checked reports with data from sensors, call logs, and different sources to prioritize credible cases. And residents in that case feared invisible filtering, so also that caused the kind of mistrust of the information that was produced by that tool. So the issue was with the transparency and fairness as a main concern, as citizens and officials demanded clarity on how credibility was assessed. So in that case, AI must support, not just replace human judgment, and should also be open to public scrutiny. So from the sum up on ethical tensions, we have automation versus human judgment. So AI excel at speed, precision, and consistency, but lack the moral and contextual awareness that human brings. Then we have problem with speed, then versus thoroughness. So acting quickly can contain misinformation before it spreads, but may haste often sacrifices nuances. So from the ethical point of view, we should find the point where verification is fast enough to be effective and prepared in a well organized manner. Then we have problem with transparency versus misuse. So making AI process visible helps build public trust and allows for meaningful oversight. But however, this excessive transparency can expose many problems, vulnerabilities, allowing malicious actors to game the system. So governance must therefore balance openness. And the last one, the uniformity versus context sensitivity. So all rules promote fairness and predictability should be prepared well. They should also have this part of the context of local culture, language, and circumstances. So the AI, especially on ethical factor, needs to be flexible. The principles that travel well should be also adapted to the specific on each environment. Yes, so for sum up, for the conclusions here, you can read, and everyone that would be interested, feel free to contact me via email, via LinkedIn, or you can visit my website. So thank you everyone for the attention, and thank you for have this opportunity to present my work here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for your presentation. So we move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Francesco Maria Parente.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and he's going to present on the topic, the epistemic community of fact checkers, a case study on the meaning making of audience engagement in a platformized public sphere. Francesco, you're welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll start to share my presentation. Can you read it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back. Hello, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here today once again. My name is Francesco Maria, and last June I earned a PhD focused on the meta-discursive dimension of audience engagement for fact-checkers. This topic is intertwined with fundamental issues for social sciences, and within such a context marked by platformized communication where knowledge diffusion and truth claiming are being reshaped. I explore these topics through a case study, which is a training project that FACTA, an Italian fact-checking newsroom, undertook specifically on audience engagement, which is a central theme in journalism studies. This professional training undertaken by FACTA is part of a third-party funding program managed by a consortium of journalistic and non-journalistic stakeholders that redistributed European public funding. Through inter-organizational training projects, international newsrooms were given the freedom to choose their own topics, programming, and professional coaches, whom I call mentors to distinguish them from the tutors who I will describe later. What I propose in this case study is that it allows us to observe the socio-epistemic dimension through which audience engagement or any other given concept is internalized by fact-checkers. Indeed, as this diagram of the consortium structure project suggests, knowledge and the acquisition of new skills are inevitably the result of collective and situated efforts. For this reason, I have borrowed the concept of epistemic community to better frame these dynamics, in which new meanings emerge as a consequence of stochastic interactions experienced within a specific context. The research design is based on diverse data rooted in a 6-month ethnography within FACTA itself and part of this epistemic community. This did not simply allow me to conduct interviews, nor to record daily meetings, nor to take field notes, but the participant observation process enabled me to gain full first-hand insight into their culture. Here's just a brief overview of the analyzed sample, which, as you can see, also includes 2 people external to the editorial staff, and 5 different thematic blocks represent the results of this research. Starting from the identity found in the case study, it's evident that all the involved actors belong from both the fields of journalism and non-journalism. Contiguous and interpenetrable, those 2 fields enable capital exchanges and doxastic negotiations. Thus, the definition of epistemic community and community of interests end up coinciding, underscoring the overlap between regulatory protocols and the development of knowledge. Several reflections have also emerged on the specific identity of fact-checkers, such as their autonomy and belonging to the macrofield of journalism. Surprisingly, in addition to the post-positivist principles typical of the profession, fact-checkers are beginning to embrace more contextual and interpretative principles. To conclude, fact-checking, as already noted, takes place in a networked context, often reflecting a spirit of mutual collaboration. Thus, the epistemic community concept also matches with the better known of community of practice. On the dynamics of the training projects, 3 nodes emerge from the epistemic architecture. First, tutors proved to be a true innovation, acting as intermediary between the center and the periphery of the epistemic community, as they streamline some typical tedious aspects, such as the bureaucratic procedures. Second, the mentor who brought specific expertise was chosen arbitrarily by the fact-checkers within their epistemic circle of proximity. And this highlights 2 factors. First, knowledge is unevenly distributed. And second, without this training project, fact-checkers likely would not have been able to benefit from this local resource. Finally, dissemination of knowledge was not shared directly by the mentor to the entire editorial team, but rather through a dual process of epistemic filtering because of the scarcity of resources typical of fact-checking. About the reasons deemed necessary, which led to the need to undertake training, there is the platformization, because this causes a realignment between actors, actants, audiences, and journalistic practices. Those outcomes depend on the habitus and the doxa of journalists and media outlets. In our case, the solution developed by fact-checkers sees technology as a key to addressing the complexities raised by technology itself. Specifically, the development of a conversational chatbot represents a structured journalistic practice that has allowed fact-checkers to optimize their workflow related to audience engagement on platforms. And here we come to the central theme of this research. Fact-checkers meta-discursively frame audiences. Returning to the case of the chatbot, an important insight emerges from fact-checkers' proactive approach to the regulatory aspects surrounding this technology. Engaging the audience, therefore, also means protecting their digital security. Another dynamic that fact-checkers have focused on to protect their readers is found in the comment section of their social media content, where regardless of their support for fact-checker, any incivility is hidden to ensure a healthy space for exchange with followers. Furthermore, to understand their audience, fact-checkers employed practices of algorithmic subjectivation, in which direct experience with this actant actively influences the ecosystem's ontology. Specifically, by repeatedly tweaking algorithmic audience engagement practices, fact-checkers have been able to identify the embodied characteristics of their audience, thus discovering their social and emotional habits. This allowed fact-checkers to conceive of readers as people to whom they could act as institutions of epistemic vigilance, based on the trustworthiness of mutually recognized authority between the public and their information curators. For instance, the algorithmic subjectivation allowed fact-checkers to make qualitative distinctions within their audience segments. Even though they used audience engagement metrics that granularly compress and quantify audience traits, fact-checkers observed a macroscopic difference. On one end, there are those who consume full-length articles on Facta's website, and those who consume them only via social media. In this sense, fact-checkers chose to improve their social media strategy by covering all the key elements of their fact-check within each content. This self-containing strategy, while fostering a sense of community and creating a real moment of public connection between news and audiences, also realized the scarcity within attention markets. In the end, audience engagement is a foundational dynamic for fact-checkers, since audiences are seen as citizens whose role is one of co-producers not only of meaning, but also of identity. Thus, audiences are not objects, but subjects that support fact-checking in answering its civic and democratic function within the current public sphere. In conclusion, I observed two main social material variables that shaped fact-checking in their engagement with the audiences. First, the language as something that shapes upstream the ways through which fact-checkers establishes a connection with audiences. Moreover, a second element that influences the observed professionals is the knowledge resource management. Indeed, resources, whether they are human or financial, are oftentimes bare minimum, and fact-checkers struggle to optimize them, as in the case of video that maximize audience engagement but requires efforts. This was an extreme synthesis of my PhD dissertation, and I hope it has piqued your curiosity a little. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francesco. Thank you for your presentation. And we'll move on to the next presenter. The next presentation is entitled Sustainability and Visibility, Rethinking Fact-Checking Beyond Platform Funding. And it's going to be presented by Luca Serafini from the University of Florence.
Not actually, I am Mauro Bomba. I'm the presenter of
Mauro
my colleague
yeah,
couldn't
because
make it, so
all right, you have the floor.
Substitute. So nice to meet you, and thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure. And I need to share my screen before. Sorry. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the consequences of the end of Meta's third-party fact-checking program on fact-checking organization from USA, where the program already stops, and from the rest of the world, where the program is still working, but as from several statements from the company, would be probably shut down soon. This is especially important from an economic point of view because, according to the International Fact-Checking Network, about 45% of these organization budgets came from Meta, and because they will lead to a shift in how they work and how the public sees them. At the same time, the program had already generated tension by determining what was checkworthy and by excluding elite political accounts from monitoring. Meta effectively redefined the boundaries of the profession. Fact-checkers gradually shifted from a watchdog role to a form of soft content moderation focused mostly on ordinary users and viral content. As a result, they often faced the accusation of censorship, partisanship, and bias, which undermine both their credibility and their autonomy. This study aims to examine how fact-checker organizations in the United States and in the rest of the world are responding to the suspension of the third-party fact-checking program. And this led us to our two research questions. The first one is, how are fact-checking initiatives reshaping their business model to ensure sustainability in absence of stable platform funding? And the second one is, how do these economic strategies impact the ways in which fact-checkers fight misinformation? To answer this question, we combined semi-structured interviews with 13 fact-checking initiatives in the United States, South America, and Europe, with ethnographic fieldwork conducted at the Global Fact-Checking Summit held in Rio de Janeiro this year in June 2025. The first major finding is the growing turn toward the business-to-business models. Fact-checking organizations are exploring new ways to generate revenue by offering services, IT consultancy, and technological tools to a wide variety of public and private clients. This shift is particularly visible in the United States, where organizations were the first to lose meta funding. For example, PolitiFact has offered pre-publication verification service to an NGO about vaccination newsletter. And it reviews corporate advertising, blog posts, and speech to ensure accuracy and clarity. In Europe and Latin America, the move toward B2B is not something new. At the Global Fact-Checking Summit, participants described various activities from auditing company PR materials to avoid greenwashing, to supporting government agencies, to producing intelligence report on disinformation for private clients. An example of this is Aos Fatos. The Brazilian outlet developed an automatic transcription tool called Escriba, which is now sold to private company. Beyond technology, editorial innovation has also emerged as another prominent strategy, especially in order to get visibility and community making. Chequeado in Argentina conducted focus group with young people to understand what kind of content they interact more and how to adapt their fact-checking formats to this content. Lead Stories uses AI to automatically turn all fact checks into short video distributed across multiple platforms, while Take That in Denmark is considering hiring a social media manager dedicated specifically to engaging with misinformation and amplifying their fact check. Finally, media literacy and educational projects are being rethinked not only as a public service, but also as a potential revenue stream. Taken together, this example revealed a broad reorientation. Fact-checkers are no longer focusing exclusively on debunking for the general public, but they are increasingly positioning themselves as knowledge provider and service consultant in an information ecosystem that extends well beyond journalism. The second findings concern the implication of these economical strategies for the fight against misinformation. The core of fact-checkers' identities remain the daily practice of verification, but the effectiveness of this practice depends on visibility and outreach. Without platform partnership that once guaranteed algorithmic amplification, fact-checkers must now invest in innovation to maintain a presence in the digital space. The B2B turn thus represents not only a financial strategy, but also a strategic reconfiguration of the intervention. So fact-checking moves from downstream control to
2 more minutes.
To upstream prevention. So moving to conclusion, we found several key points that emerged from our analysis. The first, and maybe the most important one, is the decline of fact-checking as a standalone product. Without platform distribution, the debunk of an individual claim has limited impact. Many organizations now treat fact-checking as a form of expertise to be leveraged in consultancy, education, and partnership. The second one is the two emerging models. On the one hand, we have an invisible but sustainable model centered on B2B services, which guarantees income but reduces the public visibility. On the other hand, we have a visible but fragile model oriented toward editorial innovation and public engagement that is more visible but financially unstable. The third one is the emergence of an hybrid professional identities. Fact-checkers are increasingly operate at the intersection of journalism, consultancy, advocacy, and technology. This pluralization enriches their toolkits, but risks fragmenting their identity and weakening cohesion as a professional field. The last one is the paradox of emancipation. Leaving Meta's orbit frees fact-checkers from external constraints and accusation of censorship, but at the same time allows for greater creativity and independence. It also introduces new dependencies on corporate client, public funders, and technological markets. In conclusion, no single strategy seems to guarantee alone both sustainability and visibility. What seems necessary is an hybrid approach, combining B2B revenue streams with editorial and communication investment to maintain outreach and visibility among platform publics. It's still important to maintain firewall between commercial and editorial work and developing public impact metrics that ensure preventive efforts also translate into democratic benefits. Thank you very much. I will stop.
Thank you very much, Bomba Mauro. And we'll move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is entitled Monitor AI, an AI-powered tool for early detection of disinformation on Telegram. And it's presented by Javier Canton Correa from the Universidad Internacional de La Rioja, Spain. It's your turn, Javier.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you for inviting us to present our project. Thank you to my colleagues for their terrific work. And my name is Javier Canton. I'm a researcher at the International University of La Rioja, UNIR. And I'd like to introduce you to Monitor IA, an advanced tool for the monitoring and early detection of disinformation on Telegram using artificial intelligence. The idea for this project came from my own experience working as a fact-checker at Verifica RTV, a unit inside the Spanish public broadcasting media during the pandemic. Every day I had to monitor social media and messaging apps for approximately 1.5 hours, trying to answer the same simple but difficult question. Is this bullshit or not? That daily work made me realize three things. First, that bullshit affects our mental health. It's very hard to watch every publication in search of claims that needed fact-checking. Second, that fact-checkers are essentials today, but they can possibly cover everything happening online. And third, that technology can and should help us to not to replace human judgment, but to enhance it. After that experience, I started to imagine a tool that could do part of that work automatically. A system that listens, classifies, and highlights what really matters in a noisy environment like Telegram, one of the most opaque yet influential platforms for the spread of disinformation today. That idea became Monitor IA. Our goal is straightforward: to help journalists, fact-checkers, researchers, and citizens to detect misleading content in Telegram channels quickly and efficiently while promoting media literacy and critical thinking in the process. Technically, Monitor IA integrates NLP, natural language processing, and machine learning to analyze public Telegram channels and identifies topics, trends, and patterns associated with disinformation. We are also working inside a human-in-the-loop model that's combining the precision of AI with the human expertise to minimize false positives and try to maximize contextual understanding. The project builds on a previous prototype developed some months ago, but it's now evolving into a fully functional tool thanks to the Incentiva 25 program for research and transfer at my university, at UNIR, and it's being developed by a multidisciplinary team of computer scientists, communication scholars, and data visualization experts from UNIR and the University of Granada. Technically speaking, the system uses a modular architecture deployed on AWS cloud infrastructure, ensuring scalability and data protection. It relies on PyTopicRAM, a Python library we developed for topic modeling and visualization in Telegram datasets, and allows us to map how certain narratives emerge and spread over time. The tool provides interactive dashboards and summaries that show which channels are most active, which topics or keywords are gaining traction, and when suspicious patterns or clusters of misinformation appear. In short, Monitor IA is not just a detector, tries to be an observatory for understanding how disinformation flows through Telegram. But beyond the technical side, the social impact is what really matters. At a professional level, Monitor IA saves journalists and fact-checkers time, helping them to identify relevant content faster. At a civic level, it promotes digital and media literacy by giving citizens access to verified and contextualized information. And at a broader level, it contributes to some SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. We are currently in the second phase of the project, working on the AI model and the user interface. And the first pilot will be launched in collaboration with Spanish fact-checking organizations such as Maldita, Neutral, Verifica RTVE, and F Verifica, and later expanded to the general public. The final version will adopt a freemium model, free for basic use, with advanced features available for professional users to ensure both accessibility and long-term sustainability. Importantly, Monitor IA does not block or remove content. It only informs, classifies, and because the final decision must always remain in human hands. To summarize, Monitor IA aims to make our digital infosphere a safer place, not by fighting disinformation alone, but by empowering people to understand it, detect it, and resist to it. We believe that fighting disinformation is not only about technology, it's about trust, collaboration, and critical thinking. AI can be part of the problem, but also part of the solution if we use it responsibly, transparently, and inclusively. So if you are a journalist, a researcher, or an educator interested in joining this effort, we'd love to collaborate with you. You can follow our progress at monitoria.org or reach us directly at monitoria@unir.net. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier, for your presentation. We move on to the next presenter. We'll move on to the last presentation for today, and it's entitled The Parallel Battlefield: How Disinformation and Bots Shaped Narratives in the 12th-Day Iran-Israel War, and it is going to be presented by Masa Rabipour Deshali. He's a media analyst from Iran. Masa, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone, good evening. I'm very glad to be here in this meeting with you, and I'll be presenting my chapter titled The Parallel Battlefield: How Disinformation and Bots Shape Narratives in the 12th-Day Israel-Iran War. Let me just share my presentation with you. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, the question that led me to write this chapter was how misinformation and disinformation operate during times of geopolitical crisis. For this, I focus on a case study of Persian language tweets published during the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, which took place this past June. Although the war was short, just 12 days, it was extremely tense, and what we observed was not only a battle on the ground, but also a new arena of conflict unfolding across social media timelines. Let me... we all know wars have always involved competing narratives, but in the digital age, this struggle increasingly unfolds on social media platforms. During those 12 days, platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram became a parallel battlefield where both accurate and misleading information spread rapidly. In this study, I explore how Persian-speaking users on X shaped wartime narratives and how bots and coordinated accounts amplified certain versions of reality. For theoretical background, I should mention that previous studies show that misinformation and disinformation spread faster and wider than verified news, especially when it's emotional or novel. As Justin McBrayer in his book Beyond Fake News argues, stories persuade people emotionally, but data persuade them factually. However, McBrayer emphasizes that these two are necessary for fighting disinformation effectively. This framework guided my analysis of online narratives during those 12 days of conflict. In this research, I used a qualitative approach combining content and network analysis. The data became from LifeWeb. It's a licensed legal website which provides data in large scale from websites, social networks, and even print media. And it was the report was covering the period from June 13 to 24 this year. We focused on Persian-speaking Persian language tweets and examined hashtags, tone, and interaction between users. Instead of computational modeling, the analysis relied on close reading of discourse and behavioral pattern to understand how narratives evolved and spread. While you are observing figure 1 and table 1, I have to say that at least 14 million Persian tweets were published in just 12 days. The peak came between June 20 and 22, the most critical period of the war, when over 1.3 million posts were shared in just 3 days. And based off the data from LifeWeb's report, among the top 100 hashtags, 91 supported the Israeli military offensive, while only 5 pro-Iranian and 4 was neutral. There were 3 top hashtags. 2 of them, the first 2, hashtag King Reza Pahlavi, which refers to Reza Pahlavi, the son of the last Shah of Iran before 1979 revolution, And the second one, hashtag MIGA, which stands for the sentence "Make Iran Great Again," where two belong to pro-Israeli narratives. The third hashtag, Janam Fadai Iran, which means my life for Iran in Farsi, was promoted by Iranian former Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif and ranked third. And I will explain why. But I have to say all of these three hashtags showed unusually repetitive and coordinated behavior, clear signs of automation, and bot involvement. The reason why the third one was ranked third and generated less posts was the lack of internet during war in some days during war in whole Iran. Three main groups were active in shaping online narratives in those 12 days. The first two, supporters of Reza Pahlavi and MKO, dominated the space with organized pro-Israeli or anti-government content. I mean anti-Iranian government. And a third group included the users close to the Iranian state's position. Of course, there was no unified anti-war voice capable of connecting broader civil society. Yeah, okay. And this absence, of course, allowed coordinated political groups to fill the online space and dominate the narratives. On X, coordinated pro-war content and bot activity created an illusion of public opinion, while authentic voices were often drowned out. Instagram, however, with its focus on visual content and its broader base of ordinary users, performed better in conveying credible and emotionally persuasive stories, which, with the support of newspapers, interviews, strengthened credibility and also shifted the tone and emotions of many real users who had initially supported Israel's military actions. AI also played a significant role in helping the spread of disinformation during those days. According to BBC Verify, both sides used AI-generated videos that collectively reached over 100 million views. Citizen Lab and Haaretz both revealed AI-assisted influence operations that used fake accounts and fabricated content to incite unrest in Iran and promote restoration of the monarchy in this country. And for conclusion, I have to say bots and AI-driven propaganda deepen polarization and confusion, while authentic human stories often restored credibility. Comparing X and Instagram highlights how visual and emotional storytelling can counterbalance manipulative campaigns more effectively than text only. This shows that social media platforms have become new battlefields where truth competes with emotional and automation. Ultimately, the lesson from this research is simple. Truth alone is not enough. Unless societies, media outlets, and journalists build trust and credible voice before crises occur, because even the facts cannot be heard over the noise. Thank you for your attention, and you are very welcome to contact me from with my email for any question you have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Masa, for your presentation. And thank you to everyone who has presented today. So we go straight into the questions. We already have one question in the chat box. So I'll read it out. It's for Javier. So I'll read it out. It says, apart from fact checking through the mainstream media, which other means can a layman verify the veracity of a news report? So Javier, you can respond to the question.
Okay, that's a very good question because verification should not depend only on fact checkers or journalists or the media. A regular person, and that's part of the media alphabetization, can also media literacy, can also check the veracity by following a few simple steps. First, for example, cross-check the information, look for the same story or list on at least 2 or 3 reliable sources. Second one, verify the source, who is behind that message and when was it published, what intention is behind it. Third, use digital tools for verification, simple as the reverse image search in Google, called Google Lens or TinEye or Invid or Monitor IA when it's available. And finally, always read beyond the headline. And be aware of, for example, emotional manipulation. If something makes you angry or afraid too quickly, that's a good sign to pause and check. The key is not to have more tools, but to develop a critical habit. Stop, think, and verify before sharing. So in summary, apart from that, anyone can verify information by these cross-checking sources, checking who published it and when and with which intention, and using that simple tools and always pause before sharing. I think it's more simple than it seems.
Thank you very much, Javier. Do we have more questions? Anyone who has more questions could, lift a finger and then we call the person and the person asks a question, or if any of the presenter has a final comment to make while we wait for some more questions. Are there more questions to the presenters, or we prefer to reach out directly to the presenters? And of course, kindly remember that you can reach out directly to the presenters through their email addresses that were posted on the first PowerPoint slides that they used in the presentation, because this will help you further the discussion or conversation with them, even beyond the ambit of this session or this conference. Do we have any more questions? Okay, I will just ask one question. So I was thinking, because a couple of the presenters mentioned the fact that disinformation spreads beyond logic, that it gets to be more emotional at some point, which means sensationalist headlines sell to a large extent. And so are there behavioral measures that can be taken to ensure that people, or the lay person now, who in this case is the normal person walking on the street, who may not have the kind of the time or the logical capacity to wait, stop and think before assessing the veracity of an information? Are there ways that we can actually help them become more logical, sort of, maybe? But are there tested ways? Abiari can respond. Masa, you can respond, because you mentioned that it's now more emotional. Are there ways to get people more logical?
Let me just ask one question. Where will the presentations be posted so that we can review what has happened?
Okay, so this is live streamed, so you could go through to the YouTube channel that you have the link already and rewatch, and you can see that. But also, we'll get back to you via email where they will be posted, and yes, before the end of the conference. Yeah.
All right, very, very good. That would be very helpful to be able to access the presentations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. So Javier, did you have an answer to my question or? Oh, it appears you are muted.
Sorry. Okay. If I understand the question correctly, that's how can make people more rational and less emotional. That's okay. The truth is, we can remove the emotion from the way people process information. Okay, emotion is part of news, of media, of how we understand the world. But what we can do is create spaces and tools that helps people to slow down, to make them reflect before reacting, because social media wants the virality, the speed, the not thinking about it and simply share. So that's the importance of media literacy. And media literacy, I think, is not about giving people more data, is about teaching them to ask better question. For example, who benefits from this publication, from this post, from this message? Why am I feeling angry or afraid? Is this confirming my own opinions? And so if we help people to recognize this kind of those emotional triggers, they become more resistant to this manipulation. So I think being more rational doesn't mean feeling less. It means understanding why we feel what we feel and learning to think critically through emotion, not against it. I don't know if
Thank you very much. Yeah, you answered it. And are there more questions? Okay, if there are no more questions, then we'll call it a day. Oh, appears there's. Oh, okay, yes, there's one. Okay. Just a second for. Yes, so Teresa, you have a question, and I'll read it out. What are the next steps of your project?
Okay, thank you for your interest, both of you. Well, now we are working, as I said before, to adapt the platform for fact checker. In fact, in a few months, we're going to the ETMO. I'm going to do my PhD visit or stance there to make focus group to present the platform to the fact checker. The idea is to create an open source platform that is not only on the academic level, but is also something useful, something that we keep working on it, and we keep giving the information of the new trends and things like that.
All right, thank you very much, Teresa. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, so are there more questions? If there are no more questions, then I want to thank everyone for joining this session, for joining us throughout today. Kindly remember that you can, Javier, you wanted to say something?
No, sorry. I simply want to clap.
All right. Yeah, so I want to thank everyone for joining the session today, and of course, presenting your ideas and making contributions to these critical issues. And we hope that we will take the conversations further from this meeting and, make the world a better place for everyone, especially in this era where fake news and disinformation spread fast. So we need to actually beef up our guards against it and know how better to combat it, especially in this age that is really fast. It's really fast. So yeah, thank you very much once again for joining us. You can watch the recorded presentations on our YouTube platform. It's on the conference website. The link to it is on the conference website. Each of the presentation too is linked directly to the presentation on YouTube. So if you click on each of the recorded presentation, it takes you directly to to where the presentation is on YouTube, and you actually, I hope you find them very useful for your own research and further endeavors. Thank you very much for closing for the day, and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be live in person on campus, while we can all join those who will not be able to come here physically can join through YouTube and actually be a part of this session tomorrow. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Good luck to everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye. Good evening.
Yeah, bye.